Say hello to the demonic alien. That is Candace. Rose Owens. Yeah, thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate you all for hanging out with me this Saturday afternoon. Please forgive me. I had to get my internet worked out. It was wonky, so I had to reboot. Y'all know what happens over here. I can't stand it, but I hate having you all delayed. So my apologies to all of you all. Thank you all so much. If you are tuning in with the Lady Luck Club, Lady Luck Club Sweet Tea, or on X, shout out to all of you. Hit that like button like you mean it. I ain't playing. Hit that like button. And make sure you all subscribe to the Lady Luck Club. We also have Natalie with us here today. I'm so excited. It took a minute to get this worked out, but let me tell you something. Your patience pays off. Let the church say amen. It pays off, and I am excited. So we're going to bring her up. Make sure you guys leave questions, comments in the chat if you can. She said nothing's off limits. So if you have questions, please feel free. If I overlook it, shout out to all the fantastic mods. I have the best mods on YouTube. That is not for play. So they will let me know. They will send me emails and let me know. Hey, you have some questions, you have some comments. And in that way, we can get that back to Natalie and she can address them. However, this will not be her first time here, honey. It won't be her last. It will not be her last. She will be back with us. So I want to thank all of you all. Thank you to the mods. Hold it down. And let's get her up and going. You guys have seen her on YouTube. We checked out some of her videos and we have enjoyed them thoroughly. And she's going to tell us more about herself. Welcome up, Natalie Jean. How you doing, girl? What's going on?
Hi, I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
No problem. It is an absolute honor for you to be here. And thank you so much for coming up and hanging out with us today. Give us an intro about yourself. Tell us who you are, what you want us to know. Put it out there on the line.
I already see some comments of who's Natalie. I'm just a random person on the internet. I used to be totally apolitical. I kind of have a similar story to Candace in the sense that I used to be a liberal. And then I had a kind of, well, at least she claims to have had kind of a leaving the left story. I do have one. Just 2020, the response to COVID, especially compared to the response to BLM, kind of like woke me up and made me realize that a lot of the things the party I was supporting didn't actually care about me. I'm in LA and we had COVID. We milked COVID for all it was worth. It was like 2 years nonstop.
Yeah.
And when I would ask questions about it, so I'm not opposed to asking questions. When I would ask questions about it, I was called racist for just asking the questions. And so it wasn't an overnight conversion of like, well, now I'm going to the other team, but I started to pay attention to politics because I realized suddenly how important it was, especially local politics. Right. And I started to realize that more often than not, in my view, the conservative position makes sense. Eventually, I became a Christian. I was raised Catholic, but left the church for a long time. And so that's kind of I started speaking up with COVID compared to response to BLM. And then it kind of grew from there because I realized more and more that I had been lied to. I felt about a lot of things and I'd wasted, a lot of years believing untruths. And I kind of wanted to get the truth out there. And up until, less than a year ago, I would have called myself a fan of Candace Owens. Her book, Blackout, is one of the first books I read when I had this conversion. Wow. And I used to listen to her podcast. I've read every book she's recommended. I have them on my bookshelf. And it was really watching what happened to Charlie KIRK. And then everything that's happened since. It was September 15th was the first time I had like a red flag about Candace Owens. And here we are. Yeah.
Wow. So, I mean, let's touch on how, you went from, and then people say this all the time, they were Candy supporters and they, read her books, they were in her book club. And then it's like kind of this realization, wow, she is lying like hell is hot. So let me ask you, during her so-called let's attack the Macron's phase, were there any red flags with that may have came up that you can, or maybe pattern of behavior that you could point to now and say, you know what, that probably was happening back then? Like, is there anything that, I guess even looking back,
Mhm.
you could say, wow, she probably was showing some of this stuff a while ago. And, just we're just now really paying attention.
Yeah, I do remember having the awareness that she has a lot of smoke around her all the time. It seems like
Mhm.
she never met a bridge she didn't want to burn. And
Right.
I think she takes like pride in that, actually. And so do her fans. So I
Mhm.
did have an awareness that at a certain point, you're the common denominator if you have this public beef with, or even private beef with all of these different individuals and almost every
Right.
place you've ever worked. Honestly, and it's my bad, but I can't pay attention to everything all the time. I kind
No,
of
it's
tuned out the Macron stuff,
fine.
but
Okay.
she did
Okay.
have me believing that Harvey Weinstein was innocent of a crime. And now I'm like looking back and it's like, oh, I wonder, because I was buying that hook, line, and sinker because she's very persuasive,
Mhm.
and she does say utter BS, but she says it with such confidence that you're like,
Mhm.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
and I guess I just sort of had like a tertiary awareness of what she was doing, and I wasn't really looking at it with a critical
Mhm.
eye until September 15th.
Gotcha. And then that's one of the things I always ask, people, because it's good to know when you're able to sit back and say, you know what, the realization hit. I can see now that this woman may have been like this whole time,
Mhm.
but it wasn't until you see a situation, something as sensitive as a man being assassinated on national television,
Yeah.
in front of his family, friends, thousands of people. And then you see her weaponize this whole, the assassination. And now it's her still desperately trying to get attention and focus on her.
Mhm.
Um, what I guess, what would you say to those who still support her and could be persuaded or influenced to at least see the facts? What would you say to those individuals, seeing that you were a proponent supporter of hers?
Well, number one, I have said often, and I know a lot of people have, that
Mhm.
even if for some godforsaken reason you do think that she is on to something and getting close, if
Mhm.
you call yourself a Christian, you
Mhm.
do need to have a higher standard and really
Yeah.
be looking at it from that perspective, first and foremost. We all make mistakes. I've made mistakes while covering this. Okay, I'm flawed and human.
We
But
all
it's
are.
yes,
Yeah.
it's constant unrepentant sin to the
Right.
point where I don't know her heart, but I don't know if she even knows that she's sinning. I think that she thinks it's justified because her
Mhm.
enemies are these evil, Epstein class, whatever. And Jesus Christ does not say, love your enemies, pray for those who persecute you, unless they're the Jews or you think they murdered Charlie Kirk. And
Right.
it's the hardest thing in the world to pray for your enemies. It's very challenging, but through the power of the Holy Spirit, I believe we're able to do it
Yep.
sincerely. So Christians need to have a higher standard for themselves. But one thing I like to do in my videos, I know not everyone's a Christian, is people want to talk about how many holes there are in the official narrative, which I don't even think we have the full scope of that yet because we haven't seen the trial or the full scope of evidence. There
Mhm.
are so many holes in the narrative that Candace is spreading. And for people who pride themselves on being truth seekers and critical
Right.
thinking and asking questions, I would just urge people to ask questions of everyone then and
Mhm.
really apply some critical thought, because what she's selling you doesn't even really make sense. And we're also 10 months in and she doesn't even have an official narrative. Like, she does not
No, she
have
doesn't.
a working theory of like who did what on September 10th and leading up to it. And it
Right.
keeps another thing that I would like people to know, and I think it's going to continue to get worse as time goes on. The people she implicates actually gets wider and wider. So
Right.
instead of getting like more narrow and more specific and tighter, it's
Mhm.
getting more convoluted and more layered, and more people are being like roped in. We've got like Mitt Romney and just all
Yeah.
manner of.
Random people coming in.
Yes. Yeah. And I think it's going to continue to do that because I think her only way out out from here is saying, well, even the defense is in on it, because she's going to have to reconcile with the fact that the defense is not giving her any credence, not talking about all of her conspiracy theories. She's tried to reach out to the defense multiple times and say, let me help you. Let me send you the list of all the men in maroon shirts at UVU. And they're not going to do that.
Ridiculous. Exactly.
They're not going to do that. And they would do that because their client is facing death row. And these are not like newbies, especially Michael Burt, who defended one of the Menendez brothers and got them a mistrial initially. I think that some of these lawyers know what they're doing. If there was any credence to what Candace was saying, they would be communicating with her. They wouldn't just shove it out of the water. And yet, so she's going to have to deal with that. And the only answer to that is, well, then his defense is in on it too. So we're going to see more and more people implicated. And I guess I would urge people who still think she's on to something to ask yourselves, why are we seeing all of these people implicated instead of narrowing it down? Why is there no working theory? And also, one of the biggest things is if Tyler Robinson is a patsy, how is the case against him also very weak? Like, she will claim, I don't believe the case against him is weak, but she claims simultaneously he's a patsy. And then also it's obvious he's a patsy. The case is so weak. Well, if he were a patsy, the case against him would probably be like airtight, right? Because they're making up evidence. They're fabricating the whole thing. And so that right there doesn't really make sense. People also want to compare it to JFK, and it's like, well, Lee Harvey Oswald, if you believe he was a patsy, he didn't survive that long. It was like 48 hours. So you have to ask yourself, like, why is Tyler Robinson still around? Which I'm glad, I want to see justice play out. I don't. So I'm not urging anyone to do anything. I don't wish harm on anyone, but I do think if you're being honest with yourself, you have to ask yourself why they're allowing him to still have the opportunity to name names, to speak. They're going to a preliminary hearing where the public is seeing all of this like weak evidence. We're on track, hopefully, to go to a trial eventually, very far down the road, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And so the public is going to see all of this weak evidence again. And it just doesn't really make sense what she's selling you. So that was a long-winded answer, but ask those questions if you're still buying her BS.
Right. And then that's the thing. It's always, and as an independent journalist, it's always best to present the facts. And even if I give my opinions are based upon the facts. So it's not just my opinion that 2 + 2 = 4. It is a fact. So that is what I go with. Whether someone thinks it might be 6 is irrelevant. If I can actually prove 2 + 2 = 4 is 4. So that's how it is done in the courts. The courts care less about Candace's feelings. They don't care how she feels or what she's thinking and her opinions. All of that would be objected to. She wouldn't even get it past an objection on hearsay, or lack of foundation, or, we're not here to hear her speculate. Those things would be easily objected to in the court of law. And that's what matters the most. And this is why, me personally, because, honey, you have the patience of a turtle dove. Me personally, I don't try to change the minds of those candies up in here. And I just don't, because I believe that, when they're not asking her questions, they're not asking her, hey, you said you have 2 degrees. Are you going to show us these 2 degrees? Can we see them? Can we see your transcript? There's basic evidence and information. When they're not asking her for evidence on anything she says, I don't take them seriously, and it's best sometimes when you're dealing with this cult of personality at this point, because I've been saying this, but at this point, a lot of more people are waking up to seeing that Candace is a cult leader. And this narcissism she has where everything has to be about her. The whole trial is somehow coming back to her and how she feels. Why didn't they say this? And you did this and you said that. And it's like, don't entertain her. I even left a comment on Andrew Kovic's post on X. Stop responding to her. You see what she's doing? She baiting you in a conversation. She wants content. She just wants something to say. That's why her posts they don't have any substance. Because it's just her just throwing things out there just with something to say. Okay, what's the point of you saying this? I literally responded, was like, girl, if you don't go, bye, Felicia, go to bed. Heifer, go to bed. Go to bed. You up at 2:00 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, talking about something you heard Ben Shapiro. Go to bed. You have
on your vacation, no less. She's supposedly on vacation. Posting. Yeah.
Why you not on the beach or something, but having a wine dinner, a date night with your, laughing at husband? Like why you not out here doing anything else than like 4.5 kids? You are pregnant, girl. Mm-hmm. You need to be sitting here craving pickles and ice cream. What you doing? Like living life, and that goes to show it's the narcissism. She has to have this somehow come back to be about her. If anything happens to me, and Ben, child, please, we want you to go to court. Like no one wants anything to happen to you. We want you in court. But all the lies that she's told, even about her fake assassination attempt, nobody is trying to get a hit on her. They want her to go to
evidence court. Ever. She said she had evidence of a French assassin, and she never gave
1.5 million. What were those transactions or something? The club, the song.
Yeah.
What are at? It's like
you think we shouldn't respect? I'm super torn on it, honestly, of like it's responding versus not responding. Obviously it's better if like everyone ignores her, but that's not realistic. So I just find myself like always coming back to it because it's so hard to like tear myself away from.
Oh, I'm going to continue to report on her. But see, what I do is here's the information that she is not telling you, such as breaking down her motions to dismiss. She's not going to tear her code. Well, I really don't want to go to court. I don't really want to get to that discovery phase. And she still does not know what subpoena power is. So that's what I pull up, or she doesn't address the fact that Mitch Snow is dodging service. The U.S. Marshals could not serve him because he's not making himself available and he does not want to participate in this federal lawsuit. So what he's going to end up getting is a default judgment granted against him. But she's not telling anyone that. So these are the things that you can see based on her actions. I don't care what she says. It's based on the actions and the things that she doesn't say that I point out. Because those are the things that people need to know. And you would think her cult members will go back to her and say, wait a minute, why are you filing a motion to dismiss? I thought we wanted to get to the discovery phase. How do you get there if you want this to be dismissed? Well, she hired 3 attorneys to sit here on this Brian Harper lawsuit to dismiss it and strike. It's like, but they're not gonna. They come over here to troll and read everything, and then they still don't go back to her and say, "Listen, we saw this on the Lady Luck Club, and you asking for a dismissal? Why? No, just answer and move to the next phase." She will never tell them, "I don't want to go to court." Like that's
crazy. Even I didn't know that. I knew she had been trying to do that with Macron, but I didn't realize with Brian Harpole too.
She wants to file a motion to dismiss and a motion to strike. Even if it's a partial, it's still you're asking the court based on their theory that there is no claim stated, even though there's claim stated adequately. But there's the whole goal is let us find a way to say that this does not have merit. And let's try to get what we can dismiss. The less claims stated that the court sees are not merited, then the less money she thinks she'll have to pay. That's you hoping that the judge would say in a civil matter where the burden is a preponderance of the evidence that there is no claim stated when there are sufficient claims stated. And that somehow they just dismiss this because you just want to say you didn't say or do this. Everything is not covered under First Amendment when you're talking about giving provable false statements. But for her to say, sue me, I want subpoena power. I want all the smoke. Come on, Evelyn, get all the smoke. Here's his lawsuit. And then what does she do? What does she do? Oh, I'm filing a motion to dismiss. Oh, okay, cool. So you don't want to go to court.
That is crazy.
It's crazy, right?
She does talk about it so much and I'm not like well versed in law. I guess I'm lucky. I've never had to, retain a lawyer. But I always think, is that really what subpoena power is? Like you just get anything you want? It sounds a little bit nutty to me. And I had like this inkling that she seems to be confused or intentionally lying about things.
She just lies. Candace has at least one attorney left with the Macron case, and she has now 3 attorneys. for the Harpo lawsuit, 2 to 3, I think. She can easily ask them, what is subpoena power, or Google it. She won't read to save her life. So subpoena power is basically where you have the attorneys file a subpoena to the court. It has to have a legal reasoning for that, because in a civil proceeding, you are entitled to discovery, but it has to be relevant to the case. Candace wants things like Mikey McCoy's call logs. Like, what does that have to do with the lawsuit? She wants things that are outside the scope of the lawsuit, and she's telling her code members, I'll be able to get whatever I ask for. No, she will. Her and the devil are a liar. No, she will not. That's not how that works. Her attorneys know that. So that's why these attorneys are stunning her, except Baron Coleman, who needs to be disbarred. They're not stunning her. They're real, true, authentic attorneys. They're not stunning her. They don't take her seriously. Her attorneys know we can't go to court treating it like it's your YouTube channel. See, all this stuff you saying on YouTube, you can't go to court saying that in front of a federal judge. And your attorneys are not going to make these dumb legal arguments based on how you feel in front of this federal judge. That judge will sanction their behind and sit them down. They don't play that in court. And that's what Candace doesn't. She fears. She has no power in the court of law because she's ignorant to how things work in the court of law. She's ignorant to laws, to court rules, to canons, to the decorum of the court with attorneys' conduct. She's ignorant to all of that. So when you're asking for discovery, it has to be relevant to the claims. In her defense, if she wants discovery to prove that something was said, maybe let's say, and I'm just giving an example, they present a post and they don't pull up the whole post. She's like, okay, can I see whatever post you all are pulling up? Because this is what I put up. That's a situation where you're asking for something reasonable. She wants call logs and messages and stuff that has nothing to do with the actual lawsuit at hand or the claims in the lawsuit. So then the attorneys will have the opportunity to object. So when you file, you ask for a certain discovery materials, you have to say what it is and why you're asking for this particular, piece of discovery. You have to actually make it known what's the purpose of it. And then if it's discovery by court rule that you're entitled to and you don't get it, then you can file a motion to compel discovery. That motion is basically saying to the court, listen, we've been asking for financials. That's standard. It's an affidavit where you fill out your, financials, tell the court how much money you got, blah, blah, blah. If you don't provide that, and that's standard in accordance with court rule and the law, and you're supposed to, then you can get it compelled, meaning now the court can order them to do it. If that doesn't happen, or if it's something that is relevant and it is not standard discovery, they would have to motion for an order for that subpoena. A subpoena is a court order. A judge has to sign that. That's not something you just get or have simply because you go into court. You have the right to get discovery, but getting a subpoena is getting a court order. And you have to have legal reasoning for that judge to sign an order to say, now we're demanding that you give us XYZ or do this deposition or whatever the subpoena is for, or to come to testify. And it has to have a legal premise, a legal basis to it. It's not as easy and simple as she makes it seem like. And the judge is not going to just sign an order for somebody to come and testify because that's what you want. That's not how that works. Just like discovery, people coming in to testify, their testimony has to be relevant to the matter. So you're just getting people in so you can just ask them all these random questions about, well, when did ERIKA travel to Israel? What does that have to do with anything? Like that? That's what you want to do, but that's not how that works. And because she's ignorant of the court of law and how things work in the courts, it's so easy for me to come in and debunk her behind, and I'll do it with a smile on my face because I know she's not going to take the time to get educated on this stuff. She might just be learning by listening to me. She's still stupid, but she's not going to take time to say, let me make sure that what I say about this, like, for instance, I'm going to do a motion to dismiss. Let me tell people why I'm doing it. This is standard for the respondent to file a motion to dismiss. If that motion to dismiss is denied, Then we're going to proceed forward. As opposed to her just keeping it factual. I want subpoena power. Send me. I want all the smoke. No, you don't. You're a clown.
Yeah.
You don't want any smoke. You don't want to go to court. But that's the thing. When those are the situations where I then come in. When she's sitting here trying to downplay stuff, and you can easily pull up some facts and some information to debunk her, that's what I take joy in doing. And all her little tantrums and all this other nonsense she throws, I'm just like I told Andrew COVID, she's just debunking everything you put up. She's going to do this. Don't sit here and give her all that energy, because it doesn't matter what certain people say, your answer will not be good enough. She's going to just call you a liar and keep living. And that's why you need to, with me, I just say use discernment. Okay, this is something that needs to be brought. She's just flat out lying. And there's information out here people can look up to debunk that. Her having a tantrum about, oh, you didn't respond to me. You didn't call me back. You didn't. What are you expecting her? They don't owe you nothing.
No.
People need to explain stuff to Candace and her cult members. No, we don't. We don't have to explain anything to them, actually. If they fail to read, that's on them. We don't owe them anything. That's just an art form of being able to kind of pick and choose. Like, I'm not gonna. She mad at. She went on the Hodge Twins podcast. I never saw that nonsense because I knew she just lied like hell and that was it. Mm-hmm. But when she goes out and she goes on the attack against ERIKA KIRK, or she's just flat out lying on, especially how matters work in the court of law, these lawsuits, anything that can easily be debunked and disproven with factual evidence. That's where I say go in hard, because otherwise she's not teaching her audience anything. They're not going to research anything. They're not going to read anything. Mm-hmm. But those who are still receptive to information, that's where you can have the biggest impact. And you don't even know it. I'm not trying to convince her cult members of anything. But a lot of times I get a lot of comments back saying, you know what? This was very informative. I appreciate you being honest. I appreciate you showing us, the court documents. Like, because sometimes that's all you have to do is just show the information. And you might be surprised. 2 or 3 may come back and say, you know what? She didn't mention anything about this. And yeah, that is kind of puzzling. And look at God work. And that's kind of, what I would say to anybody talking about her. Don't try to respond to her tantrums. Just when she's flat out lying with information that can be factually proven and debunked. Her going after ERIKA KIRK, I think it's just demonic and evil. We have scriptures that, that say you need to protect widows. Let's do what God say on that, because Candace, God knows how to sit you down. We don't have to get revenge on her. God will do that. And he's going to do it in a very epic way. And that's going to be the bottom line. Even if it's just her losing all her lawsuits. That'll be God's way of popping her butt and telling her to go sit down and have several seats. But on every little thing she does, I don't do that. Yeah. So,
well, no, it would be constant. Yeah. And you're right. She does obviously like the eyes on her and has somehow managed to make the whole thing about her.
Yeah.
For the past 10 months.
Lord,
she actually said that it was a psychological operation against her. And it's like, well, no, Charlie was assassinated, and actually, you've inserted yourself for how much she wants to claim Ben Shapiro and others have creepily inserted themselves without any right to care this much. I mean, she has appointed herself lead investigator without any ability to, arrest or charge anybody. I mean, there's no end game here, really. There'll never be justice for Charlie KIRK that Candace or anyone who believes in her could ever really execute. I mean, I do have concerns about ERIKA's safety, because I think someone, it's obviously quite plausible that someone could think that they're taking justice into their own hands, because really it is a losing battle. If you believe that this is such a big conspiracy and almost everyone's in on it, then you're never going to catch the real guys.
Right.
And so then it's going to have to be vigilante. I mean, it is really concerning. There's never going to be a time where she finishes the investigation and is like, and that's who murdered Charlie KIRK. And now
Yeah, no, that
let's,
ain't gonna happen.
I mean, it's never going to happen. So it's like an exercise in futility and ego boost for her, but it's dangerous for others.
Yeah. And I've been bold enough to say flat out, Candace Owens wants ERIKA KIRK dead.
I think so.
And I have to sugarcoat it. I've been saying this for months. Y'all hit the 4 in the chat. I have whole videos titled just that. Candace Owens wants ERIKA KIRK dead. Hit the 4 in the chat. Y'all remember that. You can go on my playlist to see videos where that's the title.
Yeah.
Candace Owens wants ERIKA KIRK dead. I don't put anything past Candace Owens that she would not physically harm or hurt ERIKA KIRK, because her dangerous rhetoric has not only led to others sending out death threats because someone's a Jewish conservative or a donor. She's doxed Jewish donors because they gave money to TPUSA. And for no other reason. They committed no crime. She has called for ERIKA KIRK to be jailed.
Yeah.
And she hasn't been committed any crime. She hasn't done anything criminal at all. She has mocked this woman for crying, for being upset, for grieving the loss of her husband, and does not care about those 2 children. This is why when you are that stone cold and soulless, she has the profile of a narcissism. No one owes her the benefit of the doubt. Not at this point. It's been 10 months of this. Yeah. No one owes her the benefit of the doubt. I said 7 months ago, ERIKA KIRK needs to get a protection order against Candace. And what sealed the deal was when Candace stated she has sources and direct contacts that live in ERIKA KIRK's residential building. Eyes and ears, they're always watching, always listening. You're stalking her.
Right.
That's a felony.
And she accuses everybody else of stalking her. And her followers will accuse me of stalking her just because I post about her frequently. I don't have any idea where she lives, and I couldn't care less. But it's like everything she does. She told people to find out where I live and what's in my medicine cabinet, and that started like a whole slew of things. God. I had to file a police report, all that. Yeah, she doesn't seem to have any remorse. And yeah, I mean, obviously, the seemingly obvious end game here is you're telling people ERIKA's getting away with murder. So all it takes is one person to take that to heart with the means to do it. It's like telling Democrats telling everyone that, they're Nazis and go punch a Nazi. Like, what are you supposed to do if you truly think like fascists are in the White House? All of that, you have a moral obligation to do something if that is truly how you're operating. So it is dangerous, and it was always inevitable that she was going to go after her. So you were right to call it 7 months ago, because the way that she was going from day one was either ERIKA would have to be incredibly oblivious, like Charlie apparently was, just a complete moron, according to Candace, or she had to be in on it. With the way that she was implicating essentially everybody around ERIKA, it was only a matter of time before she just like went for the jugular.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And it was, I mean, after what, a month and a half of her going after Israel, then the Egyptian plane crap, I think it was like almost 2 months where I said flat out to the LLC, it's only a matter of time before she goes after ERIKA KIRK, because she clearly doesn't like her. I mean, did not extend any hand to have her on the show, never invited her on her show. Never said anytime, hey, ERIKA KIRK, if you need me, girl, let me know. I will fly out to you. We'll bring some prep meals. We'll help get the kids' rooms cleaned up. Whatever you need us to do for a week, George and I will get on a plane and come out there to you, because Charlie Kirk was my brother. And I want to make sure you're okay. None of that. Candace did not show any concern or care when he died. She could barely cry. And for her to go and mock ERIKA KIRK for grieving, it's got to be the lowest foul thing ever. And then you double down with that by saying that you have sources and direct contacts living in her building. Why? They should all be in jail. Why are they stalking her on your behalf? So that they have to be telling her everything that she's doing, because why else would you say that? If it bears no importance, if there's no substance to you even saying that you have direct sources and contacts living in her residential building, then why would you even put it out there? It's like a dog whistle to say, I'm watching you. Even if I'm not there, there are people there that are telling me what you're doing. Why? She's a grown woman who deserves the right to live in peace. And you're sitting here admitting to what the state of Arizona defines to be a class 3-5 felony. It's not a misdemeanor. Stalking is a felony in the state of Arizona. Why are you doing that? Why are people putting themselves in a line of fire to possibly lose their liberty and freedom for Candace? And for what? She doesn't even pay their bills. That's what it comes down to. They get nothing out of it except jail time and a protection order. And now you're being told you can't be within 1,000 feet of this woman. Like, what do you have to gain out of that? But there lies the danger in that. Candace does not care. She doesn't care if something happens to her. She wants something to happen to her. And that's what makes it even more dangerous of her. Candace would not lose any sleep. She would not lose any sleep. If something happened to ERIKA KIRK, she wouldn't lose not 1 second of sleep. She would probably say, oh, look at ERIKA KIRK faking up in the hospital with bandages and a tube in her throat. Like, she wouldn't care. That's
she seems to be utterly remorseful, and she did do that tribute video a day after Charlie was assassinated, where she's in full makeup and hair in her studio, and there are no tears.
I had to cry for 5 minutes.
I was still crying on September 11th. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, and there's no tears at all. And I'm not in the business typically of policing grief. Okay, grief is weird, but since she's in the business of policing grief, it's odd. It seems like odd behavior to me. And yeah, you're right. I've never seen, it's a type of evil that I guess I haven't really come in contact. Maybe I'm a little bit naive or sheltered. The internet is an awful place, but typically people like move on. Like, it'll come for you, and then you're, last week's news in a day or two or whatever, a month. But this is a sustained harassment and bullying campaign, and where ERIKA's the main target, but like more and more people are pulled in, like I said, and she just won't stop. And I used to be like a free speech absolutist, and I thought what happened to like Alex Jones was so incredulous, but now I'm like, I don't know. Like, some of this, you gotta, and I worry because, well, do you think ERIKA's going to sue her? Do you mind?
I hope so.
After the trial?
I'm hoping she does it now, because the trial could take months. They have, they have not even entered a plea. And, 9 times out of 10, they're going to enter a non-guilty plea so that they can go to trial. If they enter a guilty plea, then that is a sign that they're trying to take a plea deal. Right. But because they do have, to the prosecutor, they're like, either way, he's going to be found guilty, whether he pleads guilty or on his own, or we get a jury up in here. And more than likely, he's going to be found guilty. We just want the death penalty. And that's the thing. You can't get the death penalty if you get a plea deal. So I don't think the prosecutor cares either way what they plead to. If they plead not guilty, they know, okay, well, we're going to take it to trial and we're going to ask for the death penalty. That might not happen until the end of the year or next year.
I've heard 1 year to 2 years. I mean, like,
it can be a very lengthy process.
Unfortunately, yeah. Apparently, the judge isn't even going to rule on whether it goes to trial, and I'm like you. I think it obviously will until September 1st or later. So it's like such a slow process. But I don't know.
And they have to enter a plea still. I don't think he did that yesterday. And you saw how the preliminary went. I mean, and that's just admitting evidence and testimonial evidence, and getting the witnesses in. That was a whole week. First 2-3 days was like 8-9 hours. They were pulling the whole work hours, like work days in court. So imagine that now with a jury, and it becomes even more meticulous because the burden in that trial now will be to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That's going to take months. All that testimony, all of the evidence they have. Oh man. And then the jury has to see it all. So what you saw this week was just what they admitted into the case. Once you get through the plea hearing, the jury selection process, then you start the trial itself. Now you're talking about the jury seeing everything all over again. So imagine like Monday and Tuesday was 8 hours worth. Imagine that being split up into days to weeks at a time.
Right.
Because they have to see all that evidence from start to finish of what has been admitted. into the case. And then, of course, that factors into what the ruling they will render, and in their deliberation. It's going to be a very long process. So if she does it, because of the timeliness filing rule regarding civil proceedings, especially for defamation, I think it's 12 months, maybe 18, but I think it's 12 months. You guys can confirm in the chat. Let me know what the timely filing limit is. But if it's 12 months, she'll run out of time if she waits to the end.
Right.
And so she needs to go ahead and do it, and she can always do an amendment. And if something else comes up, just like with the Macrones, they did an amendment when Candace doubled down after being served. It's the same thing. You can do an amendment if there's any new evidence or any new occurrences that happen. You can file an amendment to the complaint, but at least get the initial complaint filed. That way you don't have to risk running out of time to do that. And ERIKA KIRK will have plenty of evidence. And if she gets the protection of the restraining order or even an injunction for harassment, that will make her civil matter that much stronger. It will make it incredibly stronger, because now you can say, Your Honor, this woman has been stalking me, and I had to go to court and get a protection order and a restraining order. However, because of this, because she said that she has people living in my building, where it's eyes and ears everywhere I go. Who wants to live like that?
Right.
She doesn't deserve that. She lost her husband.
Right.
No one deserves to deal with that, period. But she's called for me to go to jail, Your Honor. I haven't committed a crime. She wants me to be interrogated by the police. These are all the things that would make her lawsuit that much more stronger. And so I just, honestly, after her going out there to Tennessee for 4.5 hours, I said, unless she is going out there to try to prove malicious intent, that would have been a waste of a trip. If you're not going out there to use it to your advantage for a lawsuit, it's a waste, because Candace came out and doubled down.
Well, everything I've heard from, close family friends, take it with a grain of salt, is that ERIKA does not, wants to exhaust every resource first before suing her. But from the outsider, it does seem like now's the time, because this just can't keep going on. And, Candace now claims that she only turned on ERIKA after that 4.5 hour sit down. But if you actually go back and watch her show the day after, she was actually very tepid towards ERIKA and saying that ERIKA cleared up a lot. And so she does this thing where she slowly over the course of months rewrites history. And now her followers believe that she only turned on ERIKA when ERIKA lied to her face, supposedly, during this 4.5 hour meeting. But she would have said that the next day. The next day, she was actually like, ERIKA cleared up a lot of things for me. But then I think she saw that her audience was going for blood. Her audience always wanted ERIKA. And like I said, it was inevitable that she would get to ERIKA. So now she kind of reworks the story of, oh, she lied to my face. And of course, ERIKA has never commented really on the meeting. So we don't even know what actually happened in the meeting other than Candace's side of it. But it's very sinister the way that she will rewrite history and pretend that it's been like this for a while.
Yep. Evil gimps do evil things. And it's, for me, I saw it coming right around the time when she started gearing up about this Fort Huachuca thing. That's when I started saying, hit the floor. Y'all remember me saying this in the chat? I said, it's only a matter of time before she go after ERIKA KIRK. She's about to bring on this clown, Mitch Snow, to try to get him to come out and say he saw ERIKA KIRK, of all people, he saw ERIKA KIRK and Brian Harpel on a U.S. military base. Why? That makes no sense. There's no reason for you to even bring her up if you feel she did nothing at all. But that was the introduction. When I first started discerning, this girl is going to try to go after ERIKA KIRK, and she's going to get Mitch Snow to help her do it. And then when he came on and said he saw her on this military base, that was Candace's way of saying, now we have an opening. Now we have a way to say that ERIKA KIRK must have some ties to this, because why would she be on this military base? And blah, 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 with no evidence. That was then when I started saying, she's going to go after ERIKA KIRK. And it was just like, good God. I don't know. For me, I just see BS when it comes. Candace is full of it. And she just doesn't get. She doesn't get past me. I see straight through her, and the tactics that she's using, it's like a rinse and repeat for her. You know, one of the reasons why I went over her lawsuits before I started diving heavy into reporting on her was to be able to kind of gauge her mentality and her decision making, you know, her mindset when it comes to the rule of law. You have no respect for the rule of law. You have no respect for anything, because you'll believe that you can do whatever you want and get away with it. You'll be able to act with impunity. And that's exactly what she has shown. She has shown that she is quite capable of going after people to the point where they sue her, and then she wants to act like a butt when it goes to, you know, litigation. Like with Kimberly Klacik. Perfect example. She dogged that woman out 4 weeks. And then all of a sudden, Kimberly Klacik drops a lawsuit on her for defamation. And then what does she try to do? Get it dismissed. She files a lawsuit against her apartment community, talking about, I'm getting yeast infections from this black mold. Oh, okay. Get to the trial hearing. She's a no-show. They won by default judgment.
Oh, wow. That part I did not know. She didn't even show up.
She didn't even show up for the trial hearing. Not at all. Hired the wrong type of attorney to begin with. When I say we went through all the court documents, we went through it all. And she didn't even go to the trial hearing. And she was the one that brought the lawsuit. But this was all for her to paying 7 months of rent. And then
which she ended up having to pay, right?
She had a default judgment entered against her. So the court ordered her to pay plus the attorney's fees and everything for the property, the apartment community to have to fight her in court, because they did a counter as well. So they not only answered, they also did a counterclaim. So it's basically like, okay, you sue me, I'm gonna sue you right back. We're just doing it all in the same, you know, case file. And they counterclaimed and they got their money. You know, and they were like, all this she did, and for what? You know, she didn't hire the right type of attorney, then just didn't have an attorney at all. God knows if he got paid. And look what we are. And you still have that. Was that ever cleared up? Is my question. Did she pay the actual money? But she was ordered to do it, just like with the appeal with the visa in Australia. She was ordered to pay the government's court costs when she lost.
There's no, we don't know as the public whether that's not public information, whether she ever pays. Because I just wonder, like, how does she this is obviously like a years long pattern. How does somebody like get away with all of this and just keep getting, you know, more successful? I don't know.
It's the crazy thing is that if nothing else, because when it comes to the judgment being satisfied, that's not something I was able to see on the docket. And typically that will show up if you satisfied the judgment. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But even with the High Court of Australia, they order her to pay those court costs. My question is, how much is it? Like, I haven't even seen anything where they gave the amount of how much she owed. But she knows that these judgments are being entered against her. You know, when she tried to sue USA Today, she lost. She lost. And it's the same thing. It's the same pattern with her. And that's when I said, okay, cool. So now I know how to gauge this, because I know she's full of crap. And when it comes down to litigation matters, she doesn't take it seriously. She didn't take anything goes on in court of law seriously. It's just like she said, she didn't care about the investigation going on with the state of Utah. She didn't care. She said this months ago, I don't care about that investigation. So why are you watching it? Why are you commenting on it? Why are you putting up posts about it? Right. This is what she will do just to keep those views coming in. Now you want to sit here and renege on you not caring and make it seem as if it's all about you. I see you coming. You're a hypocrite. You're a complete liar. And this is all about public relations for her. It's all about a PR stunt. She doesn't care. She has no true interest in any of this. She knows Charlie Kirk couldn't stand her guts. And she's doing all of this for PR. She's a narcissist.
So you don't think she actually believes? I wonder about that sometimes. Is she lying? Obviously she's lying, but is she lying? I wonder if she's like so untethered from reality that I think sometimes when you go so deep into your own lies, like, don't you kind of have to, do you become
detached? Remember all her lies. She can't even remember all her lies.
That's true. She does contradict herself a lot. It sounds like a very stressful existence, honestly, to have to keep up with all this, and then you're constantly being sued, and then you're asking for war with everyone, but then you're trying to dismiss lawsuits. It makes my heart rate go up. I just couldn't be me, honestly. It seems like a miserable existence, but has worldly success, so I guess that's
she's a miserable person. Listen, the devil even can let you think that you're successful. You know, you sell your soul to the devil, he'll let you feel like you getting up and up. He'll let you feel as if you're making a ton of money and think about how much money she's spending out on attorney's fees. The fact that she can't even keep attorneys, now Lord, we thank you. Like, she can't even keep attorneys. 2 of them have withdrawn from her Macron lawsuit. From her defense. So now you got to start over with more attorneys and pay them retainer plus whatever, billable hours they charge you, all that money. And for what? What success is to her is a visage. It's for someone that knows better and you can see through all of that. That success that she thinks she has is a facade. She has 6 million bots. Like, I don't care about bots. They're not real people. You know, the support I have here in the Lady Luck Club is immeasurable. And I bless God for it. What she thinks she has is support. These people won't even ask her to show a degree. Yeah. Like, you have mostly bots supporting you. And then your cult members that just kind of kiss your butt and just go along with everything you say. They offer you zero challenge. She has nothing but yes men around her. That's a miserable life to live. And then when you do get someone to challenge you, now you think that's an opportunity to go back and forth and be defiant. No, you're not smart enough to keep up, Candace. But that's the thing. All of this stuff, all this fluff, even the devil knows how to make you feel like you're winning. And in the end, what is she going to really win? She's not going to win anything. She's going to lose her lawsuits, millions of dollars. Her attorneys are probably going to be disgraced out of, into oblivion because they want to represent her somehow. She has the right to representation, but if I were these attorneys, I would be rethinking about my credibility because she's got to go in and basically either say, I lied, I'm sorry, my bad, or try to fight against lies where evidence will debunk her.
Right.
All of that, and for what? All that false, all this false, fictitious, success you want people to believe you have. And for what? When you lose and then they order you to pay $20-30 million. Now all that money you're going to lose it.
Is she on track for that? I keep hearing that she's in a bad spot with this Macron lawsuit. Is that your opinion?
I think they can get double-digit millions out of her. No less. I mean, Brian Harple, his lawsuit is a federal lawsuit, so the limit for damages in a federal lawsuit is $75,000, I think. So you have to at least have $75,000 of damages for it to be a federal civil complaint, like federal civil complaint. So even if he asked for 10 million, I don't think it would be hard. He's lost a lot of businesses, a lot of contracts. Plus, you have the emotional and mental distress and pain and suffering. If he had any health challenges to come out of this, then you have all that, the medical expenses. It's not difficult at all. And the biggest bulk of that will come from that mental and emotional distress and the anguish of that. That's where the bulk of that judgment comes from. It's almost like now you got to pay me for being, irritated and annoyed. It caused me all this. If they had to go to therapy or anything like that, all of that will help in their favor.
Yeah.
That's you're talking about the leader of another country. Saying you caused me and my wife, my family, mental and emotional distress. My family members were bullied and doxxed and harassed. And all of this, and for what? You took away Brigitte Macron's womanhood. This woman had 3 kids.
Right.
She has grandchildren. How do you think those kids and those grandchildren feel watching your dumb nonsense talk about their mother/grandmother calling her a man? Like, these kids being bullied.
Right.
All of that stuff she could care less about. Her cult members don't care about. They don't care about Brigitte Macron's grandchildren being bullied, but they were. And all of that adds to that mental and emotional distress and anguish. Of course, they could get 10 million easily, but this is what happens when you deal with a narcissistic cult leader like her, where they believe they can act with impunity, that they're untouchable, they have no regard for the rule of law, and at the end of the day, they think they're gonna just get away with it because, I'm a podcaster and I have 6 million bots. You'll learn in the court of law that doesn't work. And hopefully these judges hammer down and they're very careful, fair, neutral, and impartial. And they remind her this is about the rule of law in this courtroom and not about how you feel. And at the end of the day, truth prevails here. Not your thoughts, feelings, and emotions, but the finding of fact, law, and evidence. If that happens, if the judges are consistent and they make sure that message is reiterated to the attorneys, she will lose. She will lose. The evidence is overwhelming. So,
yeah, I think that's what we're all kind of hoping for. She does need to be humbled. I know that God is in control of this, but like, she needs a serious humbling. And I don't want anything to happen to her or her family, but she needs like a pause. When she went after me, it was an opportunity for me to be humbled and be like, okay, am I going about this the right way? Am I going about this a Christian way? But she never has that humility. She never has that humbling. She doesn't ever press pause and reassess on anything. And I think I think her soul like desperately needs that. Speaking from experience, she's just so high on her own supply and so unrepentant. It's
Can you expand on her going after you? Because I'm aware of is that you were doxxed. What else occurred? If you don't mind, if you comfortable with.
She did a mini segment on me on her show, and she said if I didn't already know that we are right, I would know for sure after watching her segment on me, because she did what she does, which is she suggested that there's super suspicious things about me and you have to tune in. And she kind of tried to, she said that she thought that there was a name change in my history, which there's not. And there's actually nothing that would make you think that even though there's nothing wrong with changing her name, I can't even think of what it is that would have made her think that. So I know for sure that she is making it up. She didn't have her team research. The mere fact that she mentioned me at all should be telling to people, because she's getting so desperate for people to implicate that now it's somebody you've never heard of at all, which is me. That should be your clue of like, maybe we're not really looking for justice for Charlie Kirk. She said that I was a washed up D-list actress, which is fine. I mean, I was an actress. I don't think I had any success with which to be washed up now, but it was sort of this thing of like, oh, there's something there's something there, and we're going to have to pull on that thread. And we've already found interesting things about Natalie Jean Beisner. So you're going to have to tune in again. We're going to keep investigating her. And I think that it was an effort to shut me down and shut me up, of like, you better not push this further. And she did tell people that we need to find out where people like her live and what's in their medicine cabinet. We should be afraid to live next to them. And so, in all fairness, I had said something that I should not have said, and I have repented for it to God, the only person that I can, because saying sorry to Candace would be pointless, right? She didn't tell her audience that I had deleted it. She left that part out. And instead of just saying, you know what, Natalie's a jerk, which she's within her rights to do, even though that's not what we should do as Christians, she decided to make it suspicious, right? So there's one thing between excoriating someone and going scorched earth. It's another thing to say, and this person is suspicious, you should be afraid of them, and we should be looking into them. That's, to me, beyond the pale. And it's what she's done to every person that she has even spoken on in this investigation. And if I did not already know that we were right, I would have known then, because only I know my history and my life. Right. And I'll tell you, There's not even anything that could make you be like, is there something suspicious? I used to be a liberal. I used to be an atheist, used to be a feminist. I had some dumb opinions, and that is out in the public. That's not anything I'm hiding. There's nothing, no criminal record, nothing to hide, nothing at all. And so that was really affirmation from, even though it was kind of jarring. And like I said, it was a press pause moment for me of like, okay, I do need to go back to God, because man, my anger watching her is like next level. I really consuming, because what I was doing is I was watching all of her shows from start to finish, basically since September 15th. And then I was clipping things and I was responding and doing like all this meticulous work. And I think if you consume that constantly, it starts to like wreck your soul. And so I've noticed that if I get too deep into it and I stop like reading the Bible every morning and stop praying, then I'm like, I will sin, and then I'll get like clocked, either clock myself or someone else will clock me. And this was one of those moments. And ultimately I'm like grateful for it, but it was scary, but it was affirming of like, okay, I've had her right from the beginning, because again, she doesn't have to like me. She shouldn't like me. All good. But to suggest there was something suspicious about me, it's like, okay, I know what she's doing. She's doing to me what she's done to everybody else. And it's, you know, people started sending me death threats, and I'm going to come knock on your door. And it's like, and then she'll claim that she's at risk. You know, it's like, why are you sending people? I said something I shouldn't have said, but you're trying to send people. I don't want anyone to be hurt.
Got death threats?
I had to file a police report. Yeah.
Oh my God. Was it Project Constipation?
Project Constitution. He outright lied about me. He said I was stalking Candace. He called me a Zionist. No. And listen, they just outright lie that I threatened her children, that I'm stalking her, that I'm a Zionist, and I have nothing against people who are pro-Israel at all. But I'm not motivated by Israel when I'm talking about Candace. I'm motivated by the truth and how I felt about Charlie dying and the way Candace has been behaving. So it's just lies. Yeah. And I don't, you know, I think that she knows like, okay, what am I going to do about it? Right. And then it's just that like implicit threat of like, you better stop talking about me or I'm going to keep talking about you. And I would hope that people would have an awareness of like, for her to even spend any time on me at all means that she's spinning her wheels and desperate for content. I have nothing to do with anything, and no one has ever even really heard I'm grateful for the fans I do have, of course, but I'm not like someone you've ever heard of. And so for her to be even like wasting air on me just is proof positive that she is desperate for content.
You can't did you file an FBI complaint? I hope you did.
Maybe I should.
You should. Yeah. You should. No, because I literally said this the other day. It was on X. Another young man mentioned, did up a post of someone doing a video in a ski mask or something.
I saw that.
He's threatening ERIKA KIRK. I was like, report that to the FBI. We're not playing with it. Let me tell you something.
I have everything screenshot and all that.
Report it to the FBI. Yeah, I would drop you the link where you can. Let me tell you exactly where you can report cyber crimes to the FBI, because that's what they here for. Because at some point, I'll tell you exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna look at your complaint and everybody else's complaints. They're gonna see all your evidence, attach your evidence, and then they're gonna approve to move forward with an investigation. Project Constipation want to nuck if he buck. Tell him to nuck if he bucks at that FBI. Come knocking at his door, calling him, asking him questions about these investigations. Let's see how hard he nucks if he bucks then. You won't be able to lie about it, Project Constipation, because there will be evidence, post videos about you. You can't make this up. What is wrong with them?
The way he outright lies. Well, she said she does that thing where she doesn't explicitly say it, right? She doesn't say, go find her address, but she says, who are these people? How did they get to where they are? We need to know. We need to know where they live, what's in their medicine cabinet, and we should be afraid. So it's not like an actual explicit. I think she's kind of clever in the way that she words things, whether she realizes it or not, where she's not actually telling people to go do harm. But she said to her 6 million followers, we need to find out where people like this live. And there's no reason for it. Like, you can think I'm a POS, but that's a bridge too far, you know, I think. And I've never once wished death on her or harm on her. I don't have any idea where nothing. I'm not interested in it. I'm just interested in, you know, what she's saying, what she's doing, not anything about her safety and that kind of thing. So
and she knows that sending her crazy lunatic cult members after somebody will lead to someone getting death threats. And who knows if they're crazy enough to actually follow through on. See, that's the thing. Underestimating the lunatics in your cult will get you messed up, Candace. Because guess what? All of this links back to you. You don't think that you're gonna be somehow severed from someone that chooses to go out and go after somebody when you're out here dog whistling for people to find out where someone lives? You are literally advocating for people to be doxxed. It is high time that she is reported to the FBI for that. She's been doing this for years. That's what's so crazy. And people have to say, you know what, screw her. I'm reporting her to the FBI, because what you're not going to do is send your little lunatics out here to my neck of the woods. We're all licensed to carry. I will have SWAT waiting on you. Turn that corner if you want to. SWAT going to be here, and I'm going to let them know they're armed and dangerous. So suit up. And you might get popped before you make that last right turn you got to make over here. You not coming to my neck of the woods with that nonsense. Don't play that. You got kids, you got a family, you got a life to live. You have the right to free speech and expression. Candace, no one wants your daughter to grow up and be like you. No one. Hopefully, as a parent, you want your kids to grow up and be better than you, because you want the best for them. You want them to be successful. You want to help guide them and steer them in a way to where they don't grow up and make the same mistakes you make.
Right.
You want them to come out on top. You want them to have more money and a better credit score, to be able to have, you know, a beautiful, abundant life God wants us all to live. You want the best for your children. And even with my fallacies, I told my boys, I have 2 boys, please don't go out and get women that are like mama. When you get ready to pick a wife, God bless you and is prepare you to get ready to get married and all of that. Get somebody that's better than mama. Not someone like me, someone better than me. Because I want you to have better. I done made some mistakes in my life, and I don't want you to be hurt. I don't want you to be put in any vicarious situation where you got to explain to a judge to get yourself out of. Get someone better than mama. Go get the best in life. Have the best people around you. Good friends, good people around you that will tell you the truth and tell you that they love you and care for you. Want the best for you. It's that simple. So you saying what you said was not a threat or anything. No one wants Candace's kids to be like her. Now,
no,
you talk about, oh, my pregnancy is gonna make me physically fight people. Girl, bye, Felicia.
Well, is she pregnant with a boy all the time? It feels like it, but she's mean all the time. She's not any different when she's pregnant with a boy. She's mean. You see that there's that clip of her on Glenn Beck a couple years ago talking about how she used to be mean and didn't like herself. And I can't see any difference at all. She is mean. She is a mean-spirited person, and she justifies it because, oh, these people are so evil, and it's always these vague, like Epstein class people. And somehow I'm tied into it. And so that's how she justifies everything. Like, oh, they want your kids and this now. I've been called, you know, someone who preys on children so many times. And it's like, this is worse than anecdotally. I have left the left, and that got a whole avalanche of hate, right? Because my whole life was liberal. This is worse than that. And I think they're covert leftists in a lot of ways. I don't think they're true conservatives, but it's worse rhetoric. It's like absolutely insane accusations. And I think anyone who cares about children does not go around calling everybody and their mother someone who preys on children, because that just like muddies the water of what a person who does that actually is. And we don't want to, it's like racist and white supremacist. We don't want to muddy that water of like, oh, now it's meaningless to be a racist because everybody's a racist. You don't want to do that to someone who preys on to the act of preying on children. And these people do. They'll say it to ERIKA about ERIKA. They'll say it to me in my comments because I like don't think Israel murdered Charlie Kirk. It's very, very bizarre. And I should not have said what I said. And it didn't add to the conversation. And it was a moment of weakness. And I do regret it, not just because of what came at me, but because it's a sin against God. You know, it shouldn't have been said. But nobody, even Candace Owens herself, deserves to have physical harm come to them or threats because of something they said. I hate everything she has said. And I still would not want another senseless act of violence like we saw with Charlie Kirk. Like, we do not need more senseless violence, right? Just because people are saying words that we hate. I do think she should face consequences, but I would like them to be like monetary and you know, civil, maybe criminal if this keeps going on, but not somebody taking matters into their own hands. Of course not, you know. So yeah.
And I don't think you called for that. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, I understand your conviction in that, but you didn't say anything that was illegal. You didn't call for any, you know, or incitation of violence. You didn't make any defamatory statements. You gave your opinion. That was it. That's protected as free speech. So she just didn't like what was said. She doesn't have to like it, but calling for someone to be doxxed, to have their addresses put out, for people to be, you know, to send death threats to you, to the point where you had to get law enforcement involved. And hopefully you see the link below where you can report her to the FBI and all of them. All them cohorts over there on X. They out their mind. They some clowns. Candace does not pay your bills. If you learn nothing else from Mitch Snow, she will not hire you an attorney if you're named as a co-defendant in a lawsuit. So if you're doing all this stuff for Candace, guess what? You're going to be on your own when you get sued. You'll be on your own when you get charged. You'll be on your own.
She's not helping him out at all?
Oh, no.
She had that like she had that fundraiser. Did she ever
match it? You know, she said she was gonna match it dollar for dollar. You think she matched it dollar for dollar?
No. No, she's asking people to donate for her security and her legal fees. And it's like she has more money than God, it seems like, with her husband, especially. Well, it's insane to donate. I understand if you support her, even though that's crazy, but like to be donating to her for what? For her to be a chaos agent. Yeah.
Exactly. A multimillionaire asking for money for her attorney's fees. Go figure. But yet and still, you know, she supposedly helped Mitch Snow raise all that money and said she would match it dollar for dollar. Where's the evidence on that? I want to see how she matched it dollar. Because if that means, if it was 100, what is that? 150. Can somebody tell me the number for the Save Go Now for Mitch Snow? Is that 150,000? I'm just trying to see. Somebody could confirm in the chat. If that's the case, let's say it's 150K. That means she should be matching it with 150K. So we should see over 300,000 sitting there because she matched it dollar for dollar. That 150K came from all her cult members. That's nothing she put towards. And then she turns around.
She never talks about him anymore. She does that thing where she like will bring somebody up and it'll be like all the rage, and then she has so many threads that she can't keep track. And then like we're never gonna hear from Mitch Snow again, I guess, because he was turned out to be such a not credible dude and not a guy that probably can't believe in. And then she claimed that she was not all that interested in the Mitch Snow story until she got blowback. But if you go back to her Instagram, I'm blocked now, but if you go back to her Instagram stories the day of, and I guess her ex, she was advertising the story, saying that it was going to crack the case wide open and it would be undeniable that our government assassinated Charlie Kirk. So she's the one who plants these seeds. And then she acts like, oh, you guys are so angry. Why are you so angry? I guess I must be over the target. It's nutty. She's the one who said that this is going to crack it open. And she said that now like 25. This is the thing that will crack it open. And then when she gets heat for it, it's like, oh, you're showing too much heat. I must be onto something. It's mind numbing. I guess you're right. There's no point in arguing because it is truly, this is why I get angry and I get hot fingers and I need to stop.
Oh, honey, listen. That's why we just evil in. You can't, man, listen. The only thing you can do is laugh at her dumb behind and debunk her. Like, when she steps out of line, report her to the feds. Because, Whether she thinks anything is fast slop is irrelevant. You don't have the authority or the right to sit here and sing your impersonating federal investigators you call mommy slews after anyone to find anybody's address. Because what they're gonna do is have the police waiting on them to think you're gonna show up in my house if you want to. You're gonna get shot. What you mean? You gonna have all police waiting here for you. Come around the corner. Are you at the stop sign? Yeah, they're at the stop sign. Y'all might want to get ready. Yeah, we're all waiting. The whole neighborhood waiting on you. Like, are you kidding me? You can't do stuff like that. No one wants to do that to Candace. No one wants to do that. Candace, I have documents where I know where you live. I've never told anybody because it's not necessary to dox her. It's not necessary. There are things that we get privy to as independent journalists. Well, I'm not going to put that stuff out because she got 4 kids up in the house. If anything, I feel sorry for the children. And that's it. Yeah. Not George, not her. Those 4 kids. They don't deserve that. So I've never even called for that because it's not necessary. I just debunk her and that's it. Her cult members want to give me $7,000 and say it's from Israel. Whatever. That don't scare me.
Still waiting on that. Well, it's the same mentality that got Charlie assassinated and had the left celebrating it. This mentality that because you said this thing, now we're justified. And that's what ended his life. That's that ideology. And then what had people celebrating it or shrugging it off in the weeks. And I thought that was going to be the worst thing that we saw is people who disagreed with Charlie lying on his name, saying he's sexist, taking things out of context. And then Candace said, like, hold my beer. And suddenly it was not about Democrats or people who disagreed with Charlie. It was apparently about like-minded people seeking justice for Charlie and then twisting everything about him. Like they're remaking him in their own image of like this staunch anti-Israel person and gung-ho about the Epstein files and the Iran war. And it's just, he's not as black and white as all that. And it's like they want to take the parts of him they like and then pretend that his whole career didn't exist at all. And he's not here to defend himself or his wife.
Exactly.
It's awful. Yeah.
Exactly. That's the thing. And that's why I call Candace a coward. She's a coward. And her cult members are punks because they couldn't say any of this stuff while he was alive. So it's like crackhead Mickey Mouse, Tucker Carlson, and Megyn Kelly's old loony behind. All of them are clowns. Brandon Tatum is another clown. He still won't call her out or anything. I'm going to talk to her backstage about that. Boy, that's not working. You clearly see that she's not studying anything you're saying. Anytime you come out and you try to, throw out innuendos about anything, she's not studying any of it. You call her flat out and call her by her name. And then say, Candace, you're lying. Kick rocks. She'll probably pay attention to somebody like a Brandon Tatum. But if they're too scared, they have no spine, they're cowards. And so is she. How do you go all this time? And you knew you didn't like ERIKA KIRK from day one because she thinks that Charlie Kirk is hers and no one else's. How do you go all this time while he was alive and never say anything about ERIKA KIRK? Now you got all this energy? Girl, bye. Like, it's clear that you are a bitter, scorned woman, Candace. I say that. I've been saying that from day one. She's a bitter, scorned woman. He did not pick her. She's not CEO of TPUSA. She's not getting anything out of that. And I guess she was expecting something. And the answer is still no. For her to even say, I think TPUSA should do the right thing and pay me a monthly retainer, put me back on their payroll. None of her cult members are saying, wait a minute, hold on, you want to get paid all this money coming from TPUSA? I thought it was
the people who
money
killed
was dirty money.
Yeah.
You got the dirty money over there. You want the dirty money? You want to be on their payroll? Why do you want to be on the payroll of TPUSA? She said that how many times? Like 2 or 3 times? It's the hypocrisy for me. That lets me know Candace doesn't care about it. Like, she just says dumb things because she doesn't care about deep down. She don't care about any of this stuff. This is all for views. It's all for money. It's all for her subs. Then she throws her base red meat when she goes after ERIKA KIRK and says something stupid again, just so they can keep paying her attorney's fees that she is sure to lose because now they're withdrawing from her cases. All of this is for what? There's no end goal to this, and she knows that. And at the end of the day, Charlie Kirk is not here. I wish he would have said something to her when he was alive. I do. I personally wish he would have said something. I understand why he paid for peace. He wanted to keep the peace and to keep her as far away from him and TPUSA as possible. But what she's doing seemed to be inevitable. It was going to happen at some point. And I think if he would have addressed her while he was alive, a lot of this would have been curbed. And then she would have shown her behind while he was alive, and then he could have just, went back and got on her in real time. But what's left is now her going in scorched earth after ERIKA KIRK and not caring about how these kids are going to grow up and watch these videos and see these posts. He has 2 children that are going to grow up and see this stuff. And how do you explain all that crap to them? It's going to be on the internet. That's the thing. I may not say something for you to stop for me, but what I say and do might help the next person. Mm-hmm. Might be able to provide some protection and safety for the next person that comes along. Maybe there's something that's said to help the next person make a decision to where they don't end up in a horrible situation. They're not getting the backlash. They're not getting this level of retaliation. That's why I speak up. It might not be let me speak up for me. It might be let me speak up for the next person. And that's what him speaking up would have done. It would have probably been to help protect and safeguard his wife and the children down the line. So God forbid anything that happened like it did, she knows better, but she doesn't care. And he's not here to be that defense. That's the unfortunate part in this. But she didn't say any of this stuff when he was alive because she's a coward. She's a coward.
Yeah. Well, she claims now that, Ben Shapiro and that Charlie hated Ben Shapiro, and it goes back 10 years. And it's like, that's a perfect example of why didn't Charlie tell us that? And why didn't you say something? Why'd you go work for Ben Shapiro? It is like she waited until he was dead. And of course she didn't know that it was going to happen. But all of this smoke now that was never discussed. And of course, Charlie didn't know what was going to happen either. But like, I sometimes so wish we had like a tweet, even just a tweet from him, like calling her out, because she wants to continually reference this old relationship they had. And everything that suggests they were close seems to be very, very old, as if that gives her carte blanche to behave as badly and to like subsume his wife. Obviously they were close way back when, and he got married and so did she. And yet she has this weird attachment to him, a weird attachment to Kanye. It's kind of odd because she herself is married to another man. And it's just like, even Judas was close to Jesus Christ, and I don't mean to compare Charlie to Jesus Christ, but like, I do mean to compare Candace to Judas. Like, just because you were close with someone doesn't mean that you're not betraying them now. After when they can't defend themselves too.
Right. Exactly. And that's the great example to give. I mean, she's definitely the Judas in the camp. And no one is perfect, but why wouldn't she go after the same way she doesn't go after Kanye West? Because she knows better. You don't hear her bad mouth at Kanye West like that. You let Candace go after Kanye West the way she goes after ERIKA KIRK.
Even when Kanye hurt her, she has addressed in the last few months Kanye coming out publicly years ago and saying, I did not make the Blexit logo. And she's talked about it in this investigation of like how much that hurt her. And she has blamed ERIKA. She's blamed ERIKA for it. She claims that ERIKA knew Kanye and was like in his circle or knew someone who knew Kanye. And so it's ERIKA's fault. And it's like, okay, Kanye hurt you. Whether what he said was true or not, like he's the one who hurt you by publicly not standing by what you said. And yet you don't have any smoke for him. Yes. And everything is tied together for her. And I think that's the mark of a crazy person. Where like I don't want to excuse her behavior by calling her crazy, but like it all ties together somehow magically. I think that's not how the world really works. I think that's your own scrambled brain where everything goes back to Israel and ERIKA KIRK, even stuff from well before Charlie was ever assassinated. It's
and that's the thing is her angst and vitriol, I think started when she realized she couldn't get his attention the way she wanted it. And then when she got fired from TPUSA, that kind of sealed the deal. What they did do and they should not have done was acquired Blexit. It was in the hole. She blew through money. And she learned nothing from that because She's still blowing through money. You asking your supporters to pay for your attorney's fees, and you've got multiple millions of dollars. That makes no sense. You've never learned how to manage your money successfully to where you should be entrusted with any business. Look how she's handling her channel. It has no credibility. She's not a true journalist. She's a gossip blogger at this point. But it could have gone in a way if she had a real business plan. It could go in a way to where it could at least be one where you're sharing information about what's going on based on research. And then you show that research and your sources. She doesn't do any of that. She chooses to do all the things that she's doing. It's nothing that anyone is forcing her to do. George Farmer standing there behind the camera, letting all that happen because he's a coward as well. You gotta, it makes you wonder, is he truly the man of the house? Because, I mean, he doesn't care that she's out here dogging ERIKA KIRK out and obsessing over her and stalking her. Like, he has nothing to say about this. George, are you going to come out that closet? you can make this up.
No, I don't think she's making him. Yeah. I don't think she's making him a lot of sandwiches. It seems like she wears the pants in that.
Oh, that's a good one.
I mean, how can you not? She says he doesn't watch the show, but how can you not know? And she does. I mean, she seems so domineering and just so aggressive. And I don't believe that you're some like trad wife at home when you publicly act this way. It's like it's not traditional. It's not conservative. It's not Christian. It's not anything. And then she wants to write books about how awful feminism is when she's engaging in it by my count. We all are, like, we all have platforms, but she is like as aggressive as it comes, which is a very masculine thing.
She is not just, it's like no submissive nothing in her. Like, if George Farmer was to come out and say, Candace, make me a sandwich and leave everyone alone, she's gonna turn around, look at him, and throw something. No, I'm not doing anything you say. And it just fine. I'm going to back to my closet. Like, this is gonna be like that. She's gonna.
It was like ERIKA asking her to stop. She's like, ERIKA, or my husband can get me to stop, and then ERIKA says stop, and she says, no way. If George asked her to stop, I think it would be the same thing. And exactly. I find that very odd because he can't not know what she's doing, obviously. Right. Even if he's not on social media. So clearly he's, okay with it. And I guess it's making him money. Yeah. She says that he helps her put the whole thing together. Yeah. And so it's like, well, you have an obligation too, as her husband.
It's high time that if ERIKA, and I see the supers come again. I want to get to them right quick. I see these supers coming in, and one of them asks, you guys, I feel like it. Shout out to you, Amy W. Thank you for the $4.99. I feel like this is the perfect time for ERIKA to sue her. What do you guys think? Oh yeah, we definitely touched on that. She needs to sue her. And I've even gone so far as to say ERIKA KIRK should definitely include George Farmer as a co-defendant, as well as her team, because they're helping her to put these pre-recorded, pre-scripted BS nonsense together. They know what she's saying. They know what she's doing. When they turn those cameras on and she get ready to do her show, they know exactly what's happening. Candace doesn't just do a live stream where she's winging it. All of that is pre-scripted. She's not smart enough to say English words properly to where she could wing it.
Which I didn't notice before. I feel like that's a new development, or I was just blind. Now I can't see anything else. It's like every multiple times an episode. It's crazy. It's like she regressed in her pronunciation of basic words.
Because you don't have a brain. There's a lot of regression that's going to happen. I mean, it's like you're teaching, you homeschooling your kids. Really?
Yeah.
You're not even reading a book. Alkalize, Candace. You can't make this stuff up. That's why I laugh at this dumb clown. Because it's like, you cannot be this serious. Alkalize. And she's been saying these words like this for years. So either you're doing it on purpose and you want people to believe you're stupid because there's another thing you're talking about, we're talking about rather, or you really are illiterate. Which one is it? It can't be both. It can't be, no, I'm stupid, but I play stupid. No, you're playing the role, or you really are. And so her winging a live stream show, imagine her, we've been going at it for an hour and 30 minutes. Imagine her doing this without a script.
No.
Sarah would be
It'd be like Kamala Harris.
That little peep out of the brain is gonna poop out. We're gonna see the wing come out her ears. It's just gonna fart away. And at the end of the day, you have this so-called little small team she has, which is good, Candace, because then you can't say they all should not be named because it's 4 or 5 of them. And you got George, and they know that she's saying this stuff. They know that she's going after ERIKA KIRK like this, lying and accusing people of it being involved in a crime. It is a crime to conspire to assassinate or to cover up an assassination of any sort. It is a crime. Those are crimes. So you're accusing people of committing a crime. That is the epitome of defamation. And because the crimes you're accusing people of would warrant or lead to jail time, you would have to prove that they're actually covering up or conspiring or doing anything related to a murder. And you can't, because you don't have evidence. You can barely read. So you're running into these defamation lawsuits like that. And unless you sue her to get her to understand, this doesn't go without impunity. It doesn't go without consequence here. You're accusing me of a crime. You're not going to do that. I'm going to sue the crap out of you and sleep peacefully. She's going to keep doing it until they sue. At the end of the day, we have a justice system in place for a reason. God is not going to get mad because we filed a lawsuit. He's just not. It's a matter of standing up for yourself and defending yourself and making sure that we serve a God who's a God of justice. God I serve believes in justice, believes in, things being done the right way, believe that you should obey the laws of the land. That's a God I serve. And so it's not a matter of retaliating or being vengeful to sue. It's, you aired me, you wronged me. And one of the ways we have to correct this, we have to now utilize our justice system. We got to go to the court of law.
Yeah.
Where laws here on earth, you should still obey either way. And if you don't obey the laws of the land, I'm going to take you to the court of law where you can now be held accountable for that.
Right.
Because we wouldn't allow someone to just go out and commit a crime, any other crime, and then say, no, we don't think they should go to jail because we're Christians. No, they're going to go to jail. No. You go out and break into somebody's house, you're going to jail.
Right.
So defamation may not warrant someone to go to jail, but the penalty, the consequences of it is you go to court and you end up having to pay monetary damages. That is the consequences of you doing that. That's why we have anti-defamation laws in place, because it is illegal to do that. So now here's the liability. You going to court. I'm suing you, and then you got to pay me. It's that simple. That's the best way to keep people in check, to help people understand whether they want to believe it or not. Whether Candace likes it or not is irrelevant. But as Christians, that is the best way to help correct the errors. God wants us to do that. Help correct each other. Keep each other on the straight and narrow. And do it with love. Right. Pray for each other. I don't have to go out here and cuss out. No, I'm just going to sue her. Play with me if you want again, I will sue you and sleep peacefully. Again, that would not bother me.
I've been ready for it for a long time, I don't know what's in ERIKA's mind, and I can only imagine, but it is like, it's just going to keep happening unless something, and I don't have the power to do it. And so many people are being dragged in, and like at the end of the day, I could stop and like delete my accounts. No one's forcing me to, be a hero or anything. And I'm not, but it does feel like, man, I'm going hard at this for free. I know they think I'm paid, but nobody asked me to. And I would really love for somebody with actual power and influence here, who's actually been directly victimized by her, to do something, because we're all trying, but we can only do so much, and it's just going to keep on happening, and more people are going to be dragged in. And
but see, you are doing something. You went to the authorities, you filed your complaint, and you told them this is what's going on, and they know you might not be the only one. And you imagine that's okay. Now there's 10, 20 people saying things. Oh, now we got 40. Now we have sufficient evidence. Now we have an entire investigation we're launching. All because you took that next step to show that bold, courageous effort to show I'm not going to sit here and let you do this to me. And people, we influence each other, whether it's good or bad. That's how God created us as human beings, to have we have some effect and influence on each other. So with you taking that step to do that, you can imagine how many people might have suffered in silence and might not have said anything until they hear more people going out and taking legal action. They're going to the FBI, they're going to local authorities, and they're saying, we're not doing this. You don't like what someone said? It's the internet. Get off the internet. You don't like it. But if you did not break the law, incite violence, you didn't call for anybody to go harm anybody, it's your freedom of speech and expression. She doesn't have to like it, but her calling for what is considered to be criminal. Doxing is a cybercrime. It is a cybercrime. Bottom line. Their whole federal laws in place saying you do not dox people. And when you do that, here's the consequence. I'm reporting you to the FBI. I'm reporting you to law enforcement. And go from there. I'm suing you. Go from there. That's it. You didn't do that to her. So her so-called retaliation of this is to break whole laws. Oh, okay. We see you coming, pimp. And we'll make sure law enforcement is well aware. Like, are you kidding? Like that might inspire other people. Yep, that happened to me as well. Candace has been doxing people for years, even children, with a whole website. Tried to do it under a whole website.
I saw that where she was defending minors being included in social autopsy, what would have been social autopsy. Yeah.
Now imagine a heavy lawsuit where you got 30 people suing her for this, and then that comes up, and they show a pattern of behavior. This is character development. Your Honor, look, Exhibit A. This woman has been doing this for over 15 years, and she learned nothing until now. Well, there's 30 people in here suing her because she kept doing this and did not stop. And then the longer she does it, the more she believes that she is impervious, that she's above the rule of law. Now you've got 30, 40 people suing you for doing something that you should have stopped a long time ago on your own. So you don't want to stop on your own? Let me help you out. Yeah, my grandma used to say, oh, you need a little help? I can help you out now. Yeah, you knew what that meant when you heard that. Yo, you need some help. I guess you need some help getting that homework done. Go get a switch. Go get a belt. It's that simple. You need a little help? Okay, let me help you out. I'm suing you. I'm filing a complaint. You get the FBI complaint. You get the law enforcement. We're going down the lanes that we need to go, the avenues we need to go. And yes, I am going to get some money out of you because you shouldn't be doing this. This is the price you got to pay. And Candace does not want to lose any money. Oh, okay, cool. So now I know what's your Achilles heel. I'm going to hit you in the pockets where it hurts. Because we're not doing this. This is the price you pay for breaking the law, for doxing, for committing cybercrimes, for harassment, for targeting, for bullying. All of those things that laws say you should not do. You did it all. Now we got the answer to this. You're going to answer to this. And it's that simple. And you're going to have more people coming out and saying, we're taking action because this has got to stop. This girl could just be talking on information and reporting facts. She didn't want to do that. She wanted to sit here and put people's livelihoods on the line and their safety and, on the line. We're going to address it. Now it's 30, 40 people suing her. Good. All because
I'm surprised she's allowed on YouTube,
that's what I'm saying.
YouTube is so touchy. And one of the community or guidelines is cyberbullying. And I would think, and I think conservatives go too far with like, oh, well, we don't want to cancel people and it's free speech, but it's like, it's not.
Cybercrimes is a free speech.
You have to have like holding people accountable. I don't think is like cancel culture. I don't know. It's just, you can't just do whatever.
You can't. Because we have laws. Defamation is not protected under the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. And that's where, when you get on the internet, on social media, I can say whatever I want. Yeah, okay. If it's defamation, then you understand that is not protected free speech. So the laws that you think are protecting you while you're out here cyberbullying and doxing and threatening and targeting and harassing to where you have ample evidence of this stuff. and it's multiple victims, not just one or two here and there. No, you've got groups of people saying you're doing this, and you've been doing it for an extended period of time, which is part of that requirement for harassment. It's a pattern of behavior over an extended period of time. That she fits the mold with that. It's proving that she's been doing this for over 2+ years. She did a whole video on the website about it. So the fact that so many people come out here and they do this nonsense that Candace does, and then YouTube is like, oh, we're not court, but yet, if she says something or does something, her videos are still up. You let me say something where I cuss 6 times more than I need to. They're gonna put a guideline on me and say, no, your content is not suitable for all audiences and advertisers. What do you mean? Based on what? And then go back and it's like, oh, I cussed 3 times. Oh, come on. But yeah,
it's also a testament to the fact that Israel and Jews do not, either they don't run the world and all the platforms, or they're very magnanimous. And they're letting her stay up, and not only like stay safe, but stay on YouTube, stay monetized on every platform, which I thought Jews owned. All the platforms, all the media, even independent media. So they're very magnanimous to her, allowing her, especially considering she's exposing them right now and their assassination plot to murder Charlie Kirk. You would think that she maybe would have to go to Rumble, but no, she's on every mainstream platform. Which should give you pause if she's truly giving you dangerous truths that, they would maybe... YouTube was so crazy about the COVID stuff, right? Like, you couldn't say any truth about COVID for years. Yeah. So if she's saying, some dangerous truths, you would think that YouTube would be like, nope, we're nipping that in the bud, but no.
Yeah, exactly. Israel's slacking. We got to get him a red alert. Like, alert Israel. She's still up on everything. It's just... They would have already taken her down and struck her 5 times. I mean, she should be recreating new channels at least 3 or 4 times a year at this rate. But no. And YouTube is so jacked up, you get hit with a copyright strike. They don't even force the claimant to even show evidence of that. They'll just take the video down and give you the strike. And then you got to counter, which starts a legal process, and then ask them for evidence that they own anything. It's so ridiculous how they pick and choose this stuff. But Candace knows that she has been scathing away, and it's because all her bots come in to get her all those views. Because they remind us in the chat, Candace has more views than you. Yeah, that's why she does this for views. I do this for free. I'm still waiting on Israel to get my $7,000 check. When is that gonna happen? You get your $7,000, Natalie. What you gonna do with it?
I mean, there's a long list. I don't think Israel even knows who I am, honestly. I don't think I would be on the list of Israel calling people some random YouTuber with, 18,000 followers. Like, oh, we really need you've got to be the one. It's
like, can I be the first? Can y'all show proof that someone else got this 7,000? Why is it so low?
And then they wonder why I'm filming videos from my car. They're like, are you homeless? And it's like, well, I mean, I don't really have a setup, so this is what I have, but it's not perfect. And it's like, so I'm being paid $7,000, but also I'm homeless because I'm always in my car. It doesn't, and there's no evidence of any of it, it's, I'm a nobody, and Israel isn't going to call me to be like, Natalie, we need you to go hard against Candace Owens. It's like,
I would be honored if they did. See, I make the candy so mad. Oh, I make them so mad with it. Don't I in the chat? Oh, I remind them. I will take the money and then show you exactly how I'm spending it. I'm going school shopping for my kids. We're going to Universal Studios for a week. I'm taking photos. I'm doing vlogs. Girl, I'm going to live it up. Are you kidding me? They could throw an extra zero at the end of it, make it $7,000. Why go cheap?
That would
go all the way down. Give me $700,000. And I'll be able to buy a whole house, brand new, get another vehicle, put up some money for my kids' college funds, and then we're just gonna do YouTube all day, every day. Thank you for the $700,000, Israel. Like, are you kidding me? Who's gonna turn away any money? The fact that they think that scares somebody, that don't scare me over here. That makes me laugh, and I just hope for the best. It's like, I wish all that money into my life. Please let that happen, Lord.
Well, yeah, and it is more of a cult. It's idolatry. It's like it is predicated on the idea that you cannot honestly disagree with Candace. There's no good faith reason to disagree with her. So you must be paid, or you must be from Israel, something. You can't just genuinely feel compelled to go against her. Only she's allowed to be genuinely compelled by Charlie's assassination in a good faith way. It's very... like the idea that people can't disagree with you for an honest reason, I think is very dangerous on all sides. It's a really low IQ thing.
Yep, extraordinarily. And this is what, like you said, what led to Charlie Kirk being assassinated, because someone didn't agree with what he said. You don't have to. He's... how many people on Earth? Well, we got like over a billion people on Earth. I mean, seriously, we won't always agree on everything. And that's what makes us all unique. We all have our own mindset. We all have our own opinions and views on things. Certain things is just not debatable. Facts and evidence, it's not debatable with facts. Facts are facts. That's it. You know, either you understand the freezing point of water or you don't. Yeah, it is. You don't know the freezing point of water. Like, you can make this up. Or you don't believe dinosaurs roamed the earth. You think the earth is flat. I mean, whatever. It's like, you don't have to like the facts that show otherwise, but it is what it is. And when you start saying someone does not deserve to live, you take away their right to live away because of that. You know, the audacity of you to think you can take someone's life into your hands and take away their right to live and exist in peace. The audacity. You're not God.
That's why I left the left. Is, you know, I disagreed with COVID, the response to COVID, and it was like, well, you're racist for that. It's like, again, it's this fundamental idea that we cannot disagree for honest reasons. You have to be Nazi, you have to be a white supremacist, you have to be an Israeli shill, you have to be paid by Israel. It's leftism by like another name. It's just whatever you want to call it, woke, whatever. It's a very detrimental idea that someone can't disagree with you for good faith reasons.
Right. The cult of personality is something else. It's something else. And so let me get these last two supers in right quick. I do want to check out a video. Do you have time? You let me know how we look at it. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I have all the time. Yeah.
You got all the time. Oh, we got time, y'all. We got time, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit that like button wherever you're watching from. Make sure you are hitting the like button, starring it up, whatever they do over there on X. I don't really know what all they do on X, but however it works over there, hit that like. Make sure you check out Natalie's YouTube channel as well as her X in the chat. Here it is. Here's an X account. You guys go over there, show us some love and support, and then go to her YouTube channel and subscribe if you had not subscribed. She has some great content. I love the videos from the car. People are watching, and I tend to get more views doing, you know, my ride-alongs in the car than I do in the studio. It's just crazy, but people love the natural setting when you're just kind of in your own environment. And if the Candies want to think people are poor and homeless, then send me a super chat. Send me a super chat. Oh, I make them so mad. Send me a super chat. Maybe I'm homeless. Send me a super chat. See, you're gonna sit here and pay your cult leaders attorney fees, help pay rent, whatever. Yeah. But it's, you know, it's a natural environment. Like while you're out doing grocery shop or something like that, you go live. People tend to tune into that a lot more because they just kind of get the feel of you being just a normal person going about your daily life. And you go live and you're talking to, you know, your supporters and, you know, talking to the public, and it draws in a lot more people. So I love the natural flow you have in it. We watched several of your videos here in the
thank you.
And your approach to this, you still have, honey, you have the patience of a turtle dove. I know I don't go off like that like I used to. I stopped watching Candace when she started doing the Bride of Charlie's Theory. I was like, oh no, we're not gonna just desecrate the Bible. We're not doing it. I cannot go against scripture watching this crap and supporting. We saw the first episode with Milk Bar. Shout out to Milk Bar. He was here in the LLC, and he is absolutely amazing. And he came over. We did a watch party with the first episode, and he had to leave, but I I think I raged out. Like I was like, oh no, we're not, because then I hit that conviction, hit me and was like, this is not even biblical. Like I'm not doing this. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and the scriptures say to, you know, defend and protect the widows, and she's got 2 kids. What are we doing? What's the whole point of this? You just showing you don't like her. That's it. That we could hear that any other time. It makes no sense. And so that's when I fully just stopped watching. So now the only way I can watch her is if someone else is playing and they're talking about like Artie Trolls will do, or Jay Witt, something like that.
Right.
And they're talking about her and then they give it some information, or you know, someone's debunking her. That's it.
I think that's the better way. Like, don't watch her directly, because I know. Well, I don't know. I hope not. But when she goes on a lot of vacations, and I think part of the reason why is that her views are down. I don't like. She still has a lot of views, but they are down from the height, which was like that Bride of Chucky or Bride of Charlie series. She used to get 2, 3, 4, 5 million per episode, and now she cannot even break 2 million. So like it's still a lot, but it's trending in the right direction. But I think that when she comes back, she's gonna have a lot of views, because she surges when she comes back from a break, because she's drummed up all this interest. Like, what's she gonna say? And I think people need to watch like someone else commenting on her if they're gonna watch it all, because clicking on that link, man, it just gives her
it gives her a view, and I'm not doing it, you know. I can't at this point, and I don't owe her that. Like, you know, you got 6 million bots, put them to work. I mean, they, you know, it's crazy how you got 6 million bots and you're not even cracking 1 million views. You know, that speaks volumes, you know, to what people are interested in. And she's got to throw that red meat to her base just to keep them invigorated. And it's everybody don't operate like that. We don't do that over here. At the end of the day, when I need to address her, I will, and keep it moving. And I have to, at the end of the day, we have to laugh at her, because boy, that laughter is good for the soul. But it just reminds everyone that she's a goofy, she's a clown. This is the same person that can't pronounce 2-syllable words. How much more serious should I take it? Like, I take it serious when you out here threatening to dox someone, because she has done that. Just on historical context, she has done that before. So things like that should never be swept under the rug. When she's out here doxing people, take that seriously, because she has done that, and she will keep doing it. All that other goofy stuff, child, we gonna laugh at her. If we got to sue you, Candace, I will. And I will get an attorney for free, because people are sick of her. Like that's she don't want all the smoke, but she knows who she can and can't do all this stuff with. And the fact that she won't go after Kanye West, but she'll keep going after ERIKA KIRK, that speaks volumes. That lets you know she don't really have a spine, honey. She just does this to people that she perceives to be weak. Like the mean girl bully stuck in middle school with nothing else to do. That's where she is. And she comes back after being bored, I guess, in Spain, and comes with all this nonsense and gobbledygook. And for what? It's let me get more people watching, because I gotta keep paying for these lawsuits. She knows she has money. So
it is Mean Girl, and I do think she goes for people she thinks is weak. And it took me out for a while, because like, who am I? I don't have any resources, and she probably knows that. And it's like, you get us, even though there's nothing to hide, you're like, oh, I don't know, this person's crazy, she'll make something up. But it's like, at the end of the day, she can't hurt me. There's anything she says about me is a lie. It's stupid. It should show her rear end that she's not investigating Charlie's murder. She's talking about random people with whatever fraction of her following. So now I decided to get back in the game kind of recently, but I had to take a step back for a while, because she's mean. And she's vicious.
She's a donkey. And that's what I keep at the forefront, understanding, you know, knowing what she will do. Okay, well, here's what I will do. Knuck if you buck. Like, that's, if she feels like she could say that stuff and get away with it, she would. It's just, she just knows certain people I just don't mess with. I may not want to mess with that lady in her club, because she probably crazier than me. Candace, I am. Yeah, but it's just like, you won't do this with Kanye West, girl, kick rocks. You could go after him, but Kanye's been Kanye. Well, you might want to have that mentality with everyone else. and leave people alone. You have nothing else to do. You go read a book. Go to your room and read a book. Go to your room. Like it's she acts like a petulant child, and no one cares about her tantrums when she's out here committing cyber crimes. Report her. Any other time, all she's doing throwing a tantrum and sitting here and yelling and screaming about nothing into her alternate reality. That's all that is. So we got a video I wanted to check out from FaxMe where he debunked.
Oh, he's great.
Explosive theory. I said I had to save it, y'all. I got so many emails saying, Lady Luck, are you coming? Are you coming? Earlier, I couldn't join the live, but I told you all we're going to check it out, and we got it. So we're going to check that out. Make sure you guys, if you need to, here is the link, www.ic3.gov, to report cybercrimes to the FBI, because no one is playing with this dumb girl. Yeah, you all have the right to live in peace and be safe. Not have to worry about somebody doxing you and all this nonsense because they don't like what you're saying. So what? Candace, kick rocks. At the end of the day, you have the authority and the power to protect yourself and defend yourself. So make sure when you file your complaint with local law enforcement that you also go on ic3.gov. This will take you to the FBI website to report cyber crimes and activity there with cyberbullying, doxing, targeting, all that. Have your evidence. You can attach, I think, up to 25 exhibits for your complaint and submit that over, and they will vet it. And then from there, based on your evidence and your complaint, will determine whether an investigation is approved, because investigation with the FBI takes tax dollars and manpower and time. So they get enough of these, I'm sure. They cannot continue to turn a blind eye. Kash Patel will not continue to ignore Candace when people start saying she is becoming a real true threat to people's lives and safety. You're going to have to do something. And he will. He's the director of the FBI. That's his job. And Candace can kick rocks. She don't have to like it. Kick rocks. So that's the link down below. You guys make sure you log that in and save it. Thank you so much, Mindy, for the 5 LLC memberships. I appreciate you. Shout out to the mods of the LLC. You guys are the greatest, and I appreciate you all your support. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you, Cece, for the 5 LLC memberships gifted. I appreciate you so much, Cece. And Juju, shout out to the boss, you all, gifting 5 LLC memberships. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate that. And we have Susie Q for the $10 super. Two of my favorite content creators. Shout out to you, Susie Q. We love you, honey, in the LLC. Thank you so, so much. And darling Nikki with the $2 super sticker. Thank you so much for the support here. I want to get to the video with FaxMe. Shout out to FaxMe. He was over in the LLC. Was it last week? I think it was 4th of July weekend, and we had a great time. And he did give us a heads up that he would be doing this, so we are here for it. So this is the video that he did. That's on his channel. It's 16 minutes. I know he did a full live stream, but this is just the video clip of that. I'll drop the video link in the chat, and the mods, if you
welcome my friends to a
please get up his YouTube channel link, and we can show him some love and support. I appreciate you all. Shout out to FaxMe. We love you, honey.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Marcho, for the $20 super. Thank you, Miss LLC, for having Miss Natalie as a guest. She's another great content creator that helps me to think not just critically, but also logically. Shout out to you, March on. Muchas gracias. I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
And there is the video link for FaxMe. You all ready? We're going to get to this. The eclectic journalists in the house. Y'all, shout out to all the fantastic content creators coming up in here. Getting all the celebrities. Mm-hmm. So special, y'all. Shout out to the eclectic journalists. There you go. FaxMe's YouTube channel link. And if we can get the eclectic journalist YouTube channel link. Have you seen her video? She's done a full expose. The eclectic journalist. Have you checked those out?
No, I haven't seen that. I have to watch that. On Candace?
Yes. It's the Narrative Machine series. It's like 14 or 15 episodes.
Oh
my God, so good. Please go show her some love in the Eclectic Journalist. So once we see her video YouTube channel link up, I will get it posted up, and then you guys can go check it out and subscribe to the Eclectic Journalist as well. Y'all ready? We about to get ready. Hit the floor where you can see and hear. Let's go.
Very special Fax Me TV segment. We're going on a field trip, guys. That's right. I'm going to take you out into the field today to field test the Rode exploding mic theory, right? This is all we've been hearing now. You know, it started early last year.
And then my producer has a note that there are a lot of comments asking about the microphone theory. Here's what I will say about that. When I first saw the footage, thought as well that something came upward. But when I looked at image from the side, the microphone is still on him afterwards. So like when you see it from on, it looks like it kind of disappears, but then it kind of shifts. When you look at the perspective slightly to the left, you see that it actually stays on him and it's just in the fold. Again, I don't know enough about weaponry to say that that's possible or not possible, but I would imagine if anything did sling into him with that kind of a force, it would fall off. And I can tell you it doesn't fall off.
Many of us disproved it, that it just wasn't possible. So Candace Owens moved on to other theories. Now she is back full force with the exploding mic theory.
Now you see he's got a Rode microphone clipped onto him on top.
Candace, Rode? Did she say Rode? Oh God, she's so stupid.
how do you pronounce it?
Rogue, R-O-G-U-E.
Oh, R-O-G-U-E. Rogue.
She said road, like a street. Can't make this stuff up.
I thought it was like a brand or something, like R-O-D-E. Is that a thing?
No, she was trying to say. I think she was trying to say rogue because there's no Rode microphone.
I mean, I wouldn't
That's
put it
not a
past
brand,
her,
I don't
honestly.
think. Oh my God, is Rode? Jim said R-O-D-E. I thought she was trying to say rogue, like going rogue.
I think it's a brand.
gosh.
I've been seeing it because she brought this up. I've been seeing it more and more.
Oh dear Lord. Rode is the brand. Okay, thank y'all for confirming.
That is something
Yeah,
she
she
would do though. Yeah.
Oh man. All right, thank y'all for correcting me on that one because I thought she was trying to say rogue. Oh dear Lord. All right, let's get back to it.
Of the handheld mic. Okay. What has been posited that exploded on him is that beeper sized Rode mic wireless. Okay. That's what we are referring to when we say the wireless mic exploded. I'm going to now show you just a static picture of the wireless mic up close so you can see it. Okay. That's the Rode mic. And more crucially, there's a clip, a magnetic clip that is used to hold it. So that's the clip. And you can see in translucent here is the microphone. That clip is what you see on the outside of Charlie at the September event. That's a magnetic clip. It stays on Charlie the entire time. It never falls off of Charlie. Apparently, it holds like an incredible amount of weight. So the actual microphone, the Rode mic, is on the inside. So that's something new as well. So they got the microphone, that's the magnetic clip on the back. And on the inside of that is going to be his Rode microphone. Assuming he was using Rode, I think it's Rode that he's using, but that's going to be that Rode wireless mic on the inside. I know that's a lot of explaining, but I feel like it really helps people who aren't into tech like me. It's also important to understand how, because if we're talking about an explosive, we talked about that yesterday and people lost their fingers and they had shrapnel on their face. It's important to understand how could an explosion.
Candace, if you have an explosion where someone lost a finger or half their face, don't you think Charlie Kirk would have lost half his neck? What is the logic? Lord, I'm slamming on trays. Evil in. Don't you think it's very possible if someone loses a finger from this 1.06 ounce mic that he should have lost a chunk of neck? Wouldn't that be the logic? Just think about. I'm not even trying to be gross with this. I'm just being logical here, based on what she just said. That goes to show she can sit here and say, "Oh, you might lose a finger or something like." Wouldn't you lose more than a hole in the neck?
Well, now she's going to go on to explain why he didn't lose anything else. Also, his shirt, I haven't watched the video since the day that it happened and was like forced on us, but his shirt is fine, I think, right? Like his shirt never, the shirt doesn't like, there's no hole in the shirt. It's
no hole in it. No.
You would, it's an exploding thing on your shirt. Your shirt would be the first thing.
He had a hole
I'm not a weapons expert.
Like
yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't shrapnel or anything. Yeah, no.
I mean, but it went up and around. Like his mic was over here and then the wound was over here. I don't even think that's physics, right?
No,
like I'm not a genius, but I think this is why normal people originally dismissed this. But again, she's spinning her wheels for content. So now we have to be like, oh, it was a mic because we don't have anything else. It defies the laws of physics, I think.
This is coming from the alien that crash landed on our planet, you all. Her words, not mine. She called herself an alien. We in the Lady Luck Club said we're going to go with that. So she's an alien that crash landed on our planet that does not believe dinosaurs roam our Earth. Because, she's an alien, so how would she know? You can't this is why I got to clown her a little bit. Because if not, she'll have you aggravated. Like, you define physics. She also does not know the freezing point of water. Did you know that, Natalie? She doesn't know what snow is.
Or that thunder. Thunder is the sound of lightning.
Sound of lightning. I didn't know that. Like, so this idiot is supposed to teach somebody something about science when she doesn't know the freezing point of water or what thunder is. Like, oh, George. Come get your wife and tell her to make you a sandwich.
Travel directionally, right? How could it be contained, so to speak, if it's not like a bullet? You're saying, okay, his microphone is rigged. You're saying it exploded. If you're like me, you're thinking, well, wouldn't that just go everywhere and cause severe burns to Charlie? Wouldn't we be able to see severe burns onto Charlie in the process? So I want to make clear to you is not necessarily, because this isn't just like blowing up a bomb. Okay, obviously that's explosion as well. This would be what is known as a shaped charge. I've learned this recently, and John Bray was trying to explain it to me on X, and I was like, I don't comprehend how it could operate like a bullet. And he kept saying it's a shaped charge, And finally, after I got into this Butler assassination, I suddenly found myself researching detonation cords and shaped charge. And now I comprehend what he meant, because functionally it is like a bullet. Okay. A shaped charge is just a specialized explosive device that is literally designed to focus.
It's not functionally a bullet if it's an explosive device. Those are two different things altogether. The damage that it could cause physiologically would not be the same. That bullet caused a circular hole in his neck. An explosive device is exactly as the term is called, explosive, what explodes outward. So the combustion of that will cause matter to go outwardly. You would see that in the video. Oh my God, I cannot wait till the medical examiner goes over the autopsy in the medical exam. That right there is going to further obliterate this exploding mic thing. Because
I would go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was gonna say because the physiological remnants of an explosive device would leave matter exploding outward from the point of contact here. So if the mic was here, then you would have that greatest damage done where it is. And she's so stupid. She's thinking like a burn, like this person would be lit on fire sort of thing. What makes you think that it would be an automatic burn? If it blows outwardly, it's probably going to leave some scarring around the explosive area, but it's not going to be, he's not going to catch fire and combust. You know how hard it is for the human body to burn up like that?
Right.
Like that, with 70% water. Candace, you're so stupid. This when I say defies science, she defies science. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so the shirt being intact is like my biggest thing. And then also, I'm not a ballistics expert, I'm not a weapons expert, and unlike her, I don't pretend to be one just because I spoke to somebody who agrees with me. But she says it wouldn't necessarily burn you if you have this shaped charge. Well, so she's saying it's possible that it wouldn't have burned him. I would think that it's more possible, more probable that this 30-06 didn't leave an exit wound, because that has happened before. It's not a high likelihood, but it's something that's happened. And that's something I've learned from listening at length to like Paramount Tactical and Nate Vance and Phoenix Ammunition, that it is rare what we saw happen, but it's not like unheard of. I'm guessing that this is more unheard of than what we're talking about with a 30-06 not leaving an exit wound. And I just don't, I think she should stick with not being a weapons expert or a technology expert. She says these things and then it's like, you're not an expert. So you stop with your confirmation bias. It just seems really crazy to me.
Yeah, she defies science. Like this stuff scientifically is not possible. Physiologically and anatomically, it's not possible. And this is coming from the idiot that says she has 2 degrees and won't show us proof of either. Well, where's the journalism in English degree, Candace? Because English is definitely not your strong suit. They make this up. So, meanwhile, the explosive Mike theory is absolute rubbish, because she herself said that people have been known to lose fingers or half their face, because these explosive devices, if they have the ability to carry that type of charge to do that much damage, will certainly leave more than just a round hole. You should have seen a lot more. You would have seen the explosive matter from his neck, muscle tissue, skin, bone, all that. This would have been gone. Like that's what's so crazy about it. So she'll stop shy of realistically saying, "Yeah, you'll lose a finger or half your face," but he didn't. Why didn't he? If these explosive devices are all the same, then what makes one human being different from the other, where one can lose a finger, one can lose half their face, all he walks away from is just a perfectly small circular hole in the neck with the same device. That's what's so crazy. It's not even consistent. And then her just coming up with these dumb lies. People can Google this stuff and read it. God, this is so ridiculous. Okay, let me get back to it.
Focus the blast of energy in a specific direction rather than it just dispersing in every direction. Okay. So we're going to pull up this Wikipedia page because it helps to see a visual. It just says you can literally, and you can go down the rabbit hole yourself, shape charge. And it's just showing you here, okay, it would have a ballistic cap, an all-filled cavity, a detonator, and then it's going to have that high explosive. So we're going to imagine PETN explosive that's in there. And it tells you, it also tells you, sorry, if you can go back to just the Wikipedia page, that there's all different ways to form it, right? Typically,
I thought we shouldn't get anything from Wikipedia. George got 5 birthdays. She said, you all should not be learning anything from Wikipedia. Oh, okay, cool. But yeah, she pulls up Wikipedia for this. not some science website or anything dealing with ballistics where it specializes. No. Right. Wikipedia. So George has 5 birthdays, because I mean that's what Wikipedia says.
Once you see through her, you can't unsee it. It's like it's very transparent that this is just garbage.
Exactly.
It's just something to fill the time and get the super chats and the views or whatever it is. But this is not like a high level commentary or something that is worthwhile.
Not at all. And when you can edit Wikipedia and information on Wikipedia, because that's what her cult members did about George's birthday. Who's to say that Candace did not have her dumb cult members edit this? You can edit what's on Wikipedia. So why would she all of a sudden turn to this being a credible source? All we know is Candace could have had one of her cult members type this up.
Does she ever explain how it goes in the neck and not the chest? The thing is on his chest. Is that on Wikipedia too? How it goes up into the neck?
It went up, projectile into the neck, and then it made no other
only
damage.
In the neck.
And only in the neck with just one small circular hole. It didn't do any other damage when it exploded. whether it was capped with a tip and then that popped off and then it still exploded, or what. It did no other damage at all, period. Just that wound, it went in like a bullet seal. So it was a bullet from a gun.
And even she doesn't believe this part. Earlier I was questioning, like, does she actually believe her BS because she's so deep in it? She doesn't believe this part, because this week in her ranting on X, she did slip up and say, after we just watched Charlie be shot or something like that. So she does not even believe that he wasn't shot. But she's probably going to double down on this, I assume, next week, but she doesn't believe it.
Oh yeah, no, because it's all PR for her. It's just PR, people, public relations. That's she's an idiot. All right, let's get back to it.
People are going to use copper. You can use lead. Think of it as just a little capsule that's kind of holding the explosive, but it allows you to direct it in a way so it doesn't go everywhere. So yes, it pretty much functions like a bullet, but it's not a bullet. It's not going to have that same power to pierce through a neck. And I also want to be clear that it's not going to be exacting. So they can get that shape charged in there. They can get it directionally to go one way. But they're not going to be so precise to go, I want it to hit his artery and his neck. And frankly, when I think through it, and this is just totally me speaking in my opinion, I don't think they wanted it to hit his neck. I think that is what went wrong. I think the best case scenario, if I'm, just as an example, I'm theorizing here and I'm the Israelis and I'm ringing his device, I want it to hit his chest. I want it to be here and I want it to hit his chest, and I want people to think they hear a shot, and then I want blood to come out and everyone will go, Charlie Kirk got shot in the chest. I think there is a lot of evidence that they would have found explosives, which if, I guess the way PETN is said is like, what do you guys say? Petin. I'm trying to learn all the inside terms and sound like I know what I'm talking about on all the military guy stuff. But if Petin was the explosive that was used, and I think there is a strong theory that should be explored, that a shape charge was used to kill him and that what killed him was on him. If you look into Petin, it is pretty resistant. It stays on soil.
Yeah, and the evidence will not show any of this, and even Tyler Robinson's attorneys will not care, Candace, because they don't.
Right.
You can make this up. All of this will be objected to. They care nothing about your opinion or your theory. Nothing. Lord, we thank you for the court systems that learned how to use evidence to prove someone beyond a reasonable doubt murdered someone else. Amen. Can't make this up. Candace, you're an idiot.
There, you can read tons of articles about it. You just have to remove the soil.
So you think that they...
I think there was explosives.
Now, guys, as you know, if you've been following me for a while, I have done many videos on the exploding mic, from the ballistics aspect of it, to the mathematical aspect of it, to the physics side of it. And it is not possible. That is not what we saw on September 10th, 2025. Now, it is absolutely possible to rig something to explode, but that's not what happened in the case of Charlie Kirk. Yet that is the biggest narrative being pushed right now from the grifters. So what do? We've disproved the physics of it. We've disproved the math of it. We've tackled the science of it, any ballistic aspect. What do? Well, the next thing to do is to recreate it exactly how Candace Owens claims it happened. So we're going to do that today. We are going to blow some stuff up per the instructions provided to us from the great investigator, the most honest person we all know, Candace Amber Owens. And this is going to be a lot of fun. You know, we've done a lot of research here at FaxMe on the exploding pagers. Guys, you know that I have brought those up on the show, because that seems to be the key factor missing from all of the footage regarding the Charlie Kirk assassination. The explosion, the fire, the smoke. Yet somehow this magic shrapnel from a Rode microphone made its way from that tent to the floor of an SUV. Now, the argument is it was all in his shirt. All of the debris from the Rode microphone was in his shirt. And it wasn't until they got to the SUV that it started falling out. And that's where all of that black shattered glass came from that Candace Owens is proudly toting as real evidence. Well, I ordered me some Rode microphones, and we are ready to go out there today with a mannequin, put this thing on and hook it up as if the mannequin is going to be performing a show. And then we are going to detonate this to show you, Factivists, my audience, any new people, anybody who comes by who wants to see the truth, what happens when a Rode microphone is set up and rigged to explode just like the exploding pagers. What will happen? What will be the results? Will we have a hole in the t-shirt? Will we have burn marks? Will we hear an explosion? Will it sound just like a gunshot? These are all the questions that's about to be answered. Will there be shrapnel? Are we going to see a bunch of shattered glass? As we went over, guys, when we were researching the Rode microphones, there isn't a single glass component to these. And after the demonstration out into the field, which is locally here on our farm, by the way, so it is completely safe. The animals aren't going to care for it. But hey, what do you do, right? We've got to factor around to find out, right?
What was the glass part at? I saw no glass. Some plastic, but no glass. This is my first time watching this video, you all. I had to save it for the live stream because I just wanted to do this grand view. This is, where's the glass? I missing the glass. No glass on here at all.
Yeah, no glass.
What? Candace is so dumb.
Which is locally here on our farm, by the way. So it is completely safe. The animals aren't going to care for it. But hey, what do you do, right? We've got to factor around to find out, right? There isn't a single glass component to this. What this reflective, shiny look is enamel. It's epoxy, right? It's an epoxy. That's all that is. That's not actual glass. But we're going to take one of these apart because I ordered multiple Rode microphones in case my first explosion doesn't work out. No glass components. We're going to break this apart a little bit later. We're going to show you what this looks like shattered so you can compare it to the pictures that are floating all over the internet of the floorboards of the SUV after Charlie KIRK was hauled away to the hospital where he ultimately and tragically died. So regardless, we are going to put this to the test today. This is going to answer all of the unanswered questions because apparently bringing you guys science, bringing you guys mathematics, bringing you guys ballistics and the knowledge of all of that isn't enough. Isn't enough for the candy cultists. So with that being said, I am giving Candace Owens the benefit of the doubt, and I am going to build one of these to her specification.
Candace doesn't read. We don't owe them. Giving them the benefit of the doubt. Oh, Lord have mercy. Bless your heart. Candace doesn't read. That's why they sit here and believe whatever she says. They don't read and fact check her. Like, no, 4 times 3 is 12, Candace, not 42. Like, they don't go bother to read and research information. That's why she can show them Wikipedia and they will not question, did you and your team type this up? Because you can edit Wikipedia. We know we've typed up George's birthday 5 times. Like, they don't do any of that. There's no fact check involved with her. None. Right. Yeah. They don't read. So,
and look at what he went through to do all of this. How many mics he bought and smashing them up and actually seeing if it's possible.
Right. And guess what will happen if you have glass shrapnel inside of you? It's going to show up in the medical examination. That will be in the autopsy if they find glass shrapnel in him.
But see, if they believe everybody is in on it, then yeah, it's like going around. There's no reasoning with them if they think like the medical examiners in on it. Now they're saying they were like stuffing bullet fragments in his neck in the car to make it look like he was shot. I mean, so at a certain point, it's like, okay, well, your answer for everything is gonna be, well, they were in on it too. So
I know, right? It's that Candace's mom and dad must be proud. Oh man,
I don't think they know her.
They must act like they don't know her at all.
She said she has not had a maternal influence in her life once, and so,
and then
to
her
me
cousin
that explains a lot.
It does, but her cousin came out and debunked it and said, "Yeah, I don't know where Candace got that from."
I saw that, yes, and that her family was hurt, because Candace made it seem like more than it was, and so the family was hurt,
Yeah. And it's like, are you kidding me? Your mom raised you, and you want to sit here and make it seem like she put you out the house at 14, and you had to go live with some boyfriend for 6 months. Really, Candace? Mm-hmm. Who is this boy? How you gonna live with somebody for 6 months? Your boyfriend? You gonna live with your boyfriend for 6 months, and you 14 years old? Your parents would have been investigated by defects. What do you mean? Like they would have gotten in trouble for letting their 14-year-old minor child go live with whomever for 6 months. Did you go to school? Like that's all this stuff. She doesn't think about the consequences of any of this. She just, let me just say this, and I don't care how it lands. Right. Oh my God. Candace, glass shrapnel will be in the autopsy because he didn't have any glass on this, and this is not glass. Oh my God.
Directly from her show, she describes how to make an explosive, and we're going to see exactly how that turns out. Ooh. So guys, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you ready for this? I mean, it's been hyped now for what, 2 weeks? Are you ready? You ready to go outside and see our poor mannequin? He's headless, by the way. I didn't want to put a head on it. Just mannequin body, t-shirt. You guys will see. You know what? Let's just go. I'm kind of prolonging it because it's like 115 degrees out there, and then I'm going to put an explosion on top of that. Guys, don't ever say, Stephen of Fax Me won't take one for the team. Because, I mean, all right, my friends, we are out here in the field. I've got everything clear and ready to go. I've got the mannequin behind me, got the road mic all set up and ready to go. We are about to field test this and, put this theory to the ultimate test. Would it actually work? And what would be the outcome? What would be the residue? What would be the remains? What would be left for forensics? So let's find out.
Oh, man.
All right, my friends, I am rocking, ready to go. It is so freaking hot out here, guys. But I've got the microphone set up on the mannequin, white t-shirt, everything one would expect to field test this thing. So the only thing left to do is to see what happens. Let's give it a shot.
Oh no! Oh, everything's on fire. It must be the stuff in the mannequin.
Wow. People need to see that.
Look at the shirt.
Crazy. Yeah, the shirt. Burns up. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, this is insane.
Yeah.
A little fire in that. Look at that. I can correct myself on that one. Jeez.
Yeah.
3 mics. 4. Mm-mm-mm.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Well then.
And see, I even said I didn't think it would catch fire like that, but it did.
Mhm.
I maybe did the. I wonder what's covering this mannequin. But it didn't burn long. This is something else. Look at that shirt.
Right. Yeah.
Are you kidding me? This is insane.
Yeah, to see it is it does exactly like similar to what you would think to the shirt at least. But to see it is pretty, you can't ignore it.
Yeah. Oh my God. So, oh man,
Good for him.
Oh
Good for
man.
Fax Me.
Yeah, he said he bought what? How many mics? He had 3 or 4.
He's dedicated.
My
Must
God.
have cost him a little bit, and good for him for doing this. I mean, the
Yeah.
people are still gonna ignore it, but yeah, we would have known if his mic exploded.
And we had the same mics, and the white T-shirt. I don't know if Charlie Kirk was wearing one of those dry fit shirts. Sometimes that wicker material can help kind of. I don't want to say be completely fireproof, but it will help to keep it slow.
But even just like there was
some damage like this,
and the sound alone, like the sound.
The pop. How you make up for that? We didn't hit. All we heard was poof, and that was it. But you didn't get this blow back like this with this explosive device in it. Right. I mean, it's still, you would have seen smoke at the very least. Even if it was a small little fire that gets put out, you would have heard that combustion. You would have seen the smoke. We didn't even see that. Like, oh man, and I don't listen. If you can not watch the video of him being shot, then don't watch. But there was no smoke. What we saw here was a whole bunch of smoke coming up out of here, and you didn't see any of this when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. None of this. Even just the smoke remnants like this, you expect to see that every time. None of that. This is crazy. Oh man.
Well then. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
That's what happens with an exploding microphone. Sounded nothing like a gunshot. And look at that T-shirt.
Look at that mannequin.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Waiting on this road mic to...
And it's still smoking. Like we would have seen that in the images of him being rushed to the car.
Right. You would see this. Even if they took it off, it's still the T-shirt would have still been on him until he got in the truck and they cut it off.
Right.
And I saw a hole in the mannequin. Isn't there a hole here? That's a hole, right? Isn't that a hole?
Is there? Right there? I guess. Well, maybe. Yeah. Looks like a indentation or something. I don't know.
Yeah. This is mad. Look at all that shirt would have been. You would have seen a white shirt like this with scorch marks on it. You would have seen that in the photos and videos. That's something that, and it would have been described in detail with the when he got to the hospital, because they would have shown the shirt to the doctors and stuff, and then they would have taken photographs of it as part of the investigation. So this shirt will be admitted as evidence. Like they're gonna have this physical evidence shown to the jury, even though they shouldn't have to, because you're not talking about having to show the shirt to prove that he was shot when you got a medical exam, but apparently they're going to have to because Candace is an idiot.
It seems like she will go to any lengths to just exonerate Tyler Robinson, like including this insane idea, just to not have a gunman on the roof and have it not be Tyler Robinson. And then she said that it was supposed to hit the neck. Well, now we see that it's not going to be a clean, obviously, or that it was supposed to hit the chest. But because he was slouching, it hit the neck, which doesn't make sense. But then also, I just don't see the most powerful people in the world orchestrating this huge assassination in front of 3,000 people, in front of the whole world, and they leave it up to Charlie slouching to where again, they're very powerful and very smart because they have an exploding mic that I guess is not going to leave this kind of damage and it's going to go up and around, but they're also really stupid and they can't stop Candace from catching them. But they're so stupid that they leave it up to his posture. I mean, it really does, like, it's beyond belief. This idea that our overlords are just like, they're going to do this whole thing and then they're just going to leave it up to chance and they're going to do this in front of us and we're not going to notice. It's just, it's like a fantasy.
Alternate reality. We're not going to your alternate reality, you dumb heifer. We're not going. We're not in the mood. Whenever you and the rest of the cult members want to ET phone home, goodbye. We're not going to your alternate reality. All of this would have been noticeable. This would have been picked up on many live streams because people were live streaming. We would have seen the smoke. We would have heard audibly what the difference is in this exploding versus a bullet. We would have seen and heard all of that. You're not going to eradicate what 2,000 to 3,000 people saw with their own eyes. They didn't see an exploding mic. They saw a gunshot land through. They heard the pop of a gunshot. That's it. You're not going to tell 3,000 people you did not see or hear what you saw on Earth. What you mean? We're not going to your alternate reality. Wherever you trapped at, stay there. Don't come back. But for the rest of us, you clearly see what physics can do. And here's the thing: the candy butts, y'all can go get a mic and go test this yourself. You don't want to believe what anyone else is doing. You don't want to believe FaxMe and anyone else that have debunked this over and over again just with simple science and physics. Go get a road mic, do all this stuff, and go do it yourself and see what happens. I don't see a clean hole in the neck here or over here because that's where it landed. It was over here on the left side of the body. I don't see a clean hole in the neck.
Well, it also doesn't have the shaped charge in it, right? That's probably what she'd say, is that the shaped charge, but we would still, even adding the shaped charge to this, that maybe would leave a puncture, like a bullet hole. All of this was not there. And it is such a profound evil. It's like traumatizing people to like think about the images we all saw that day again, just to try to debunk her and to like relive what we all saw collectively that's already traumatic. It's just like profoundly evil that we have to keep going back over what happened at 9/10 when it was like so devastating already. But in order to assuage her and like debunk her madness, we have to keep like doing this. I don't know. It's
I mean, she said, "Oh, you can, lose a finger or something like that," but yet and still, she, this right here will go over her head because Candace doesn't know the freezing point of water. We expect her. I don't expect her to know more complex scientific, concepts when she can't tell us the freezing point of water. No, I don't expect her to understand any of this.
But she has to do this because she has to cover for the fact that she never solves the case. And so it's gotta be, he was shot from below, he was shot from behind, he was shot from in front. No, actually it was an exploding mic, because she's never gonna reach in game, like we said. So it's gotta be constantly pivoting and like, oh, we didn't have the exploding mic before, but now we do, and we're on the right track, and then it'll be something else, in a few months.
Yeah. And that's, it's like Jim said, y'all do not try this at home. Oh man, to the candies. Listen, I personally don't care if you do, but don't do it because you're gonna lose a finger or two. If you listen to your cult leader, hopefully she'll tell you all not to do this at home. You can't make this up. They'll probably do it at home. It's just, Jim, you got to remember who we're dealing with the Candy Coat members. They only do what their cult leader tells them to do. So if I tell them don't do this at home, they're going to do it at home. And, you know, we'll just still be here laughing at them. I don't know what else to say. Like, this is crazy. People have to go out there waiting to... Candace, this is so... Like, people have to do this, and you want to re-traumatize all of America with this. You can't make this up.
Holy cow.
This is...
Waiting on this road mic to...
Look at that t-shirt.
Yeah.
You'll see the little fire flames.
Yeah.
Still smoking. Oh, there it is. Hip fail.
So there, my friends, is a t-shirt after an exploding Rode microphone.
My Lord.
There, right at this point, was the biggest part of the explosion. Look at that.
This is crazy.
I'm almost glad that she's doubling down on this because it's so absurd that I really just hope some people are like, no, I'm out. Even if morally they're too stunted to realize what she's doing is wrong. I really hope some people are just like, I've had enough. Just logically, I've had enough.
Yeah, because it doesn't take rocket science to see, you know, what we saw in the video is nothing compared to what any other YouTube video, Facts Me videos, anyone else that has done this has shown in their videos with an exploding mic. Like, she could have pulled up videos of mics exploding on people like that. There are videos out there. A plethora of videos out there.
And what she says about the shaped charge wouldn't change it. Like, she says, well, you might think that their hands would explode and that's what's happened before, but not always because of the shaped charge. The shaped charge would be an addition to this. Right. It would not negate the act of exploding on your body and on your t-shirt and all of the devastation and damage that would be visible. Like we just saw, a shaped charge, adding a shaped charge to that is not going to contain the explosion to where we don't see it at all.
Exactly. You will see this explosion still. She's trying to make it seem like, oh, well, there's a small little needle inside of it that's going to discharge out and then go and make the hole. And then that's going to explode. And no, that's not how that works. You're still describing a mini gun and bullet.
It's special Israeli technology. Only Israel has it. They can't stop her from talking, but they can explode a mic to where just one little piece goes up and we don't see it at all because it's special Israeli technology. But they can't stop her from talking. It's just
we put people on the moon, but we can't nail that microphone stuff for
we didn't go to the moon, no. According to her, NASA is an agent of the devil and we never went to the moon.
Oh, forget SpaceX, Space Force. Yeah, I know. Space Force. Oh, what you mean? You built spaceships? Yeah, we put. She did not know.
It is so dumb. And then people are like, "Oh, she's talented. She is very talented. I think that she's not a stupid person. She's pretty, all of that, but she's not this talented to where you should be listening to this garbage. It's so dumb."
She cannot tell us to freeze it for the water. There's no talent in that. That's just her not wanting to read. When George Farmer has to teach you about thunder and lightning, that is a very sad day for humanity or aliens alike. Because Why did he have to tell you that? Why didn't you learn this in the second grade? You can't make this up.
And that was recently. That was like earlier this year, right? Or last year that she was tweeting about that. Yeah.
I think it was last year. So I ain't got no. I just told you because you know you have to worry about like it's the lightning. That's the thing. You know, you didn't know what thunder is. Like he knows he married an idiot. Like you can't listen, George. The best you can do is come out and say, yes, this is a lavender marriage, and my boyfriend's in the closet and whatever. And I'm moving back to the UK with my parents and taking the kids. Good luck, Candace. Like if he came out and say that, I would not blame him at all. I'll be like, good for you. You can't make this out. Candace, you can't get into explosive mics until you learn the 3 phases of water. That's it. Is that it? Until you learn the 3 phases of water, we don't want to hear you talk about. I don't care what you have to say about no exploding mics. I don't care. You have not nailed science. I want to see her high school transcript. Oh man, the classes she may have flunked. You can imagine. Oh, she got F's in science and math. Candace, you're flexing at the ground, girl. You don't kick her. You know, she got an F she had to get an F in the 3rd grade. Did you spell science or succulents? What? Science is not a succulents. It's science. How did you spell this? You know, her teachers had to look at her and say, wow, you are one bewildering student. I'm just bewildered at you. Like it's not even in awe. I'm not inspired. I'm just bewildered. Almost in the mindset of feeling like I need to pray hard for you right now. Like I'm calling your mother. You can't make this up. Imagine being her teacher. Oh. And she's like, well, I feel like this should be the color purple, but it's blue. It's still blue. But I think it should be purple though. No, but it's still blue. Yeah.
We have gone too far in the opposite direction of like, we no longer trust the experts and now we just trust Candace. Like I'm glad that we question the experts. We don't blindly trust them, but I think you should have some expertise on the stuff that you're talking about. And she has none. And she never brings anyone on with expertise. She doesn't. It's just her reading a Wikipedia page, having spoken to some other guy named John. And now she understands it after 15-minute conversation. And it is retarded. Excuse me. It's retarded.
Retarded. Ben Shapiro told the truth on that. He nailed that one. It's retarded.
Yes.
We're all dumber for having heard it. You know what I have to do after any show I do with Candace? I have to then watch something intellectually stimulating. Because I'm like, I know I'm going to lose like 3 brain cells listening to this dum-dum girl. Dum-dum who wants gum-gum. Let me go ahead and we got to laugh at it, do our usual. And then when I'm done with this, now I'm going to have to watch the History Channel and learn about an entire continent. Because I got to get my 3 brain cells back. Because I don't think it's fair for her to be robbing me of my intelligence. You can't make this stuff up. Candace, you're such an idiot.
It's true.
You think her Candace will just be like, you know what? We know she's stupid, but she's a cult leader and blah, blah, blah. Oh, my God. So we're here now, and we realize that this exploding mic theory is a bunch of crock. And the court does not care.
No.
I know, right? Shout out to Fax Me. We love you. This is something else. I have just enjoyed myself here, girl. We're going almost on 3 hours. Look at time flies when you're having fun.
Thank you. Me too. I've enjoyed this. Great. This is it's nice. I get in my own little bubble and I like do my own thing obsessively according to them. And it's nice to talk to someone else about it in real time. So thank you. I hope that some of your listeners found some enjoyment in it as well.
Oh yeah, the candies are gonna leave comments and be mad until Kingdom Come. Like I care. I always tell them that. I don't. To the Candy Ass Cult members, please understand you enter my chat at your own peril. Mm-hmm. I don't care how you feel. The end. That's simple. And they still watch, so they'll be fine. Just hit the like button, and send me a super if you want me to get that $7,000. Mm-hmm. Oh, that kills them every time they get mad. But it's just it's good to know that there are other people out there that help remind me that I am not alone when I say that Candace is an idiot. I'm not alone in that. The fact that she is losing views because at some point, even the cult members are going to get bored.
Right. Yeah.
They're going to get bored of this. They're going to be like, all right, you just, now you're talking about the Egyptian plane again. And where's the data for that? And blah, blah, blah. They know she doesn't follow through on this stuff.
10 months with no answers. Yeah, no answers, no working theory, no evidence of anything other than Charlie might have been wrestling with his thoughts on Israel through that private text that she leaked, but no proof connecting that to his assassination. Just a lot of speculation and trails that never lead anywhere. And at a certain point, somebody, you have to get bored, even if, again, you're morally stunted and you've missed the fact that what she's doing is evil. You do have to get bored at a certain point. And I think she's going to have a huge problem when the defense continues to not talk about anything. And unfortunately, that's like a year out or so. And I hope she's long done and moved on by then. But she is going to have a problem explaining that.
Oh, yeah. And what's so crazy is, even with that, the cult members will not ask questions. So they've already conditioned her to believe that she doesn't owe them an explanation. They don't challenge her. They just, even cult leaders, and these narcissistic type, morons like Candace, they don't even care about their own cult members. They don't care about their own supporters. Candace has proven she does not care about her own supporters. The fact that you have people in Australia that cannot get refunds on tickets because
that's crazy.
Her visa was revoked and they have not been refunded is proof she does not care about her own supporters. She won't even make sure they get their money back for tickets they bought to go see her talk. And some bought backstage passes that were upward of $1,500 for a meal and to see her backstage. They will not be getting their money back. $1,500 is rent. I mean, what? People spent that type of money to go see her. And she doesn't care if they get their money back. And
yeah, it's all about her. That is obvious.
Yeah. So they don't even care about their own people. Look at y'all. I see y'all putting Jim Jones in it. She's the black female version of Jim Jones. The only thing is she has not moved people to South America and told them to drink some punch. Same thing. Talk about this being God's platform and all the stuff that Jim Jones has said. It's the cult of personality, that narcissism, her being the focal point. Is all about her. She could care less about her own supporters. She doesn't care that they don't challenge her. She doesn't respect them in any way. She shows Kanye West more respect than she shows her own supporters. That's where it is. And whether they realize it or not, hopefully they realize it before it's too late. And then she tells them, yeah, go ahead and eat that cookie and drink that juice. Don't worry about that stomach ache you about to get. Like, she would be one where she would do that. Just because she knows people will do what she say. I don't put anything past her. So
yeah.
But yes, this has been amazing. You have to come back and hang out with us again, honey.
I'd love to anytime. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys.
So,
I've seen the chat the whole time too. I mean, I've been trying to pay attention to both and I see all the supportive comments. Thank you guys. You have a good community here.
Hey, absolutely. I am blessed. I am so blessed. This is what community is all about. You guys are sending me videos and links and things, and I'm going to get to it. Please don't slander my name. Oh, no, Jim. What's the matter? Oh, Jim Williams. Oh, yeah, no. Jim Jones is an evil person, but Jim Williams is, listen here, is my Luxter. Don't you dare come for my Luxter. You understand? We love you, Jim, honey. But I mean, we got to do this again. This has been absolutely amazing. I hope you guys have enjoyed Natalie hanging out with us for almost 3 hours. I could do this for 6 hours. My marathon is something else. But I've had a great time, and we are going to go live again tomorrow. You guys know she's going to come back So this will not be the end. And we got a couple of videos saved that we didn't get a chance to get to, but we will get to it. And we still watch your videos, you know, as our regular lineup now. You, Edie Marie, Eclectic Journalist, Fax Me, Gary, Jay Witt. You guys keep at it. Keep your foot on her neck. Don't call her out when she's wrong. Call her out. Call her out.
Yeah, I just subscribed to Eclectic Journalist.
Eclectic Journalist.
Sorry,
absolutely.
I didn't realize it was that you had a YouTube channel as well.
Oh yes, she does.
Yeah.
And can we get Eclectic Journalist's YouTube channel link? Did I miss it? Can I get that up right quick, Moz? Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Let me get to the last supers. Make sure you guys go show Natalie some love over there on her channel and on X as well. Let me make sure I get Eclectic Journalist YouTube channel. Let me know if I miss it. Oh Lord, these comments are flying by. You guys are amazing. I appreciate it. All right, thank you, Mindy. I appreciate you. There you go. Make sure you guys go check out the Eclectic Journalist. She got a whole series, the narrative machine. Because all Candace do is lie, no matter what. That's all she does.
Yeah.
That's all she does.
And Tamara, I don't know how to say her name, but Tamara Neely also has a good deep dive into, or not deep dive, but it's a couple episodes. And then Joshua Carr has another a good one. So
he's been here in the LLC. He's been over here and hung out with us. We did a watch party on his expose. I think it was 3 parts. And oh my God, all 3 were absolutely amazing. So I definitely, Joshua Carr is another one. We you know, we love Josh Carr. He has been here. We're gonna have him back again. Milk Bar's been over here. Fax Me's been over here. Oh, we lining them up. Ami has been here. So we've had good laughs.
Oh yeah, he's great at that. Impressions. Yeah.
Yay. We're trying to get Lyle Culpepper and see if he can come over and hang out with us.
Yeah.
So
it is, everyone has their own talents. Like those guys are funny. It's nice that we're not alone. You're right. Yeah.
Absolutely. It feels great. So thank you so much. Let me get the last of the supers in here right quick. And thank you so much for agreeing to hang out with me today. Yeah. We've got Elto. Am I saying that right? For the 5 super. Keep up the good work, ladies. I found you through the Obscure YouTuber show. Oh, thank you so much. Shout out to you. And shout out to the Obscure YouTuber.
A Paramount Tactical.
Oh,
because Candace calls
we got a moderator.
You already. And he has like 300,000 subscribers, and she's like an obscure YouTuber 2,500 times. Yeah, it's
we love Gary. We've been over there.
We all have 6 million bots.
I know, right? Yeah, listen, I tell people, listen, we are growing here. We're on the road to 50,000 supporters, and you guys are the reason for that. Spread the word. We're on the road to 50,000 supporters, so make sure you guys are subscribed to the Lady Luck Club and the Lady Luck Club with Sweet Tea. I have 2 channels, so make sure you guys are subscribed to both. But I would rather have the supporters that I have here that are real people that have brains and think, and I learn from them, and hopefully they can learn something from me, and we can exchange information, have great dialogue, than to have 400,000 bots, and all of them are stupid. And they don't want to read or tell you what the freezing point of water is. Like, and they're a bunch of yes men. I'd rather have the support system that I have. It's a blessing. If you can be faithful over the few, the Bible states that God will make you ruler over many. And that comes with us appreciating what we have and appreciating the blessing in that, because 175 people could be watching anyone else, but they choose to watch us over here in the LLC right now in this moment. And I am very grateful for that. It warms my heart to know that people are supportive and they want to hang out. It warms my heart. And so I would not trade that for anything. Candace, child, all that devil money she getting, like, that means nothing when you got to pay all your attorneys. It's of the devil. So I wouldn't trade in the world. And all I can hope and pray is that this grows and expands, and I'm still gonna be who I am, but hopefully always be in the spirit of learning and growing in the right direction. And I just bless God for the supporters here. The mods here are fantastic. I have great researchers, people who send information all the time. I've had Candace. I know where Candace lived this whole time. I'm not gonna dox her because it's a crime. It's a cyber crime. I'm not gonna do it. It's just certain things I won't do. I believe in having ethics and my morals in check. I'm gonna laugh at her because this is funny. Candace, you being evil in is hilarious. It doesn't mean I'm gonna dox you for it. It just doesn't. That's ridiculous. But we're gonna laugh at your behind because you're an idiot. So it is great to have that foundational support, and for her to, what she will not do is mess with you, knowing that you got a strong supportive base of people like myself that will call her out for doxing you. Like, we don't play that. Project Booger Nose can go sit down and eat some corn chips and leave everybody alone. Like, what he does not want is to be under any investigation with anyone because he's a punk. They don't want to go to court. They don't want to get sued. They don't want to actually have to answer to the things that they're doing. And he's doing all of this for her, and for what? She doesn't even talk about him.
Right. She's explicitly called him not part of the investigation, even though it's apparently a group project, but not with Project Constitution. He's not part of the group, I guess. I don't know how she determined that, but
yeah, he's not in the in club. Like, she doesn't even take him seriously. So what is he doing all that for again? He's trying to buy for her attention. Once again, the cult leader is not even studying their own cult members. And he will break laws for her. He's getting cease and desist letters because of her. And she does not even say his name.
No.
Project Booger Nose, you're so unimportant. Your own cult leader is not studying you. Keep eating them Doritos, you slop. You can't make this up. But you have the audacity to go after a grown woman and dox her, not thinking about her life, her children, her family, no one. And he's supposed to be a grown man.
And what he said about ERIKA being a part of Epstein, like, it's at least Candace is kind of clever with her lies, like, and she covers her bum a little bit. Project Constitution is just like, I'm gonna make up stuff. I'm just gonna say lies, and just keep saying them, just completely false. It's crazy.
Yeah. So hopefully, when ERIKA KIRK and TPUSA sues Candace, they name George, they name her whole team, and get all those little cohorts over there on X. Project Constipation, John Mappin, name them all. And her LLCs. Because if you want to go out here, Baron Coleman, and throw out all this nonsense, knowing you will never make these legal arguments in a court of law. He will never get before a federal judge and say half the crap he said in his YouTube videos about Brian Harper's lawsuit. Because he knows those aren't legal arguments. It's just not. Her own legal defense aren't going to listen to Baron Coleman. Because none of that he said is legally based. Him just saying it has no merit. You can say that, but that doesn't mean that will be the case in court. And if there is a finding of law and case law to support their claims, their statement of claims, it's going to have some legal merit. And you're going to find out the hard way when she loses. All he's going to be is debunked just like she would. And the fact that he's willing to put his bar license and credibility on the line to lie on a YouTube video. And for what? Go get a job. Go get a case. Go represent somebody. Go to court. What are you doing? You're putting yourself out here just because you know these judges watch YouTube as well. And you're going to put yourself out here knowing that these judges might be watching you do this stuff. And then when you do get a client and pick up a case, how do you think that judge is going to perceive you? They're going to look at you and be like, this guy have a YouTube. Aren't you on YouTube, sir? Yeah, I heard you say some ridiculous things about a lawsuit. Are you standing by that or what? He going to change his tone when the judge calls him out on it. He knows it would not fly. He knows none of this is going to fly. I'm just saying it to say it because I want views. Like, kick rocks.
Yeah.
So I choose to be me. Keep being yourself. Keep your foot on her neck, honey. Listen, and they'll learn. Candace ain't gonna get. She knows she can. Only so many people she can mess with like that anyway.
Yeah.
We got. Let's see. I want to make sure I get in these last few. Job for 9 with the $5 super. Lady, also don't forget Charlie had a live mic in his hand, so it would have picked up the explosion. Yeah, it would have.
That's a good
So
point.
Candace is an idiot. Candace, science goes over your head, so we have no reason to believe anything you say.
In conclusion, Candace is an idiot.
I know, right? And shout out to Jacqueline Brennan for the $1.99 super. TR lawyer insulted EK in court. Andrea Burkar went off. Oh, I have not done day 5. So we got to have a separate live tomorrow to cover day 5 of the preliminary hearing. So I will do that tomorrow, you guys. We'll have a day 5 recap. In the morning, hopefully
I think that happened earlier. It might have been day 4. I can't remember. It was either day 3 or day 4.
What?
Where he essentially said that she did like a bunch of press conferences and that she thinks her lawyers are the prosecution. It's the guy who represented the Menendez brothers, or one of the Menendez brothers, and got him a mistrial initially. So he's they flew out a pretty well-known defense attorney, Michael Burt, from Southern California, to defend Tyler Robinson. Yeah, it was pretty disappointing. And the judge didn't say anything. I thought maybe he would have. So yeah, I don't want to spoil it if you're going to watch it tomorrow, but I do think it was earlier than yesterday because I remember commenting on it.
This was day 4? How did I miss that?
I think it might have been day 4, either day 4 or day 3. Yeah.
Can someone send me the video link to Andrea Burkhart? I do I have watched her video because she's an attorney.
She's good, yeah.
So
she's very thorough.
I definitely, yeah. We go to the experts in the LLC. We want to know about litigation matters. I'm not an attorney, but I will watch them. We've had Nick Brooks over here in the LLC, so we will have. Hopefully tomorrow morning I can get a pre-recorded in with attorney Dennis Sperling. We bring in the experts, so it's baffling to hear that. Like the attorney told the judge she goes out on media tours. So what is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, it was when they were fighting actually about seeing, after the preliminary hearing was over yesterday, apparently there is high definition footage of Tyler Robinson either on campus and or taking the shot. Benny Johnson and Jack Posobiec spoke about it. And they were arguing about that video on day 4 because ERIKA and Charlie's parents wanted to see it. They don't have like special access to the evidence that we don't have. And so they wanted to see this video where apparently it is very clear that it's Tyler Robinson. And I guess you might actually see him taking the shot. It's unclear to me. And they wanted the public to see it. They wanted the media to see it as well, but at least they wanted to see it. And what he ultimately ruled is that privately after the preliminary hearing, you're allowed to watch it. But Michael Burt was like pretty upset about it. And he was going on the attack against ERIKA, saying the court is not here to educate her. And she's been very adept at doing press conferences, which I thought was really stunning because I haven't seen her do a press conference at all. And if she's done one, which I don't think she's literally even done one, she certainly doesn't do them frequently. And then he accused her of suggesting that her attorneys are also the prosecution, which she has never done. And actually that's something Candace has done, kind of like intermingle the prosecution with ERIKA's attorneys, but ERIKA has never suggested that she's represented by the prosecution. So I think it's pretty telling because he was pretty upset about this video, and we have not seen this video. So I feel like maybe this video is pretty damning to Tyler.
You can make this. Hold on. Oh, can somebody send me is there a short video clip on that? Got time. I don't want to.
Yeah, I posted it on X. Let me see if I can find it real quick or if somebody else finds it. Yeah, I'm sending it to your DMs on X if you don't already have it.
Yeah, let me go there and see. What? the what? I missed that one. And I didn't go live yesterday because I worked late and I was just exhausted, y'all. Hold on. Oh man, this is crazy.
Although that one I did say, I don't know if you get in trouble for me writing out BS. Here, let me send you the clean version.
No, it's okay. Just
okay.
Send me whatever.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. Ooh. You can't make this up. Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can you all see that? He's talking about her doing press conferences, and what does that mean about wanting exhibits to be shown to the public? This is unbelievable. All right, y'all. Hit the 4 of you can see in here.
Purpose of this hearing. And as the justice has said in the Estes case, the purpose of a trial is to determine the defendant's guilt. It's not to educate the public or the victim's family or the world.
First of all, who said he had to educate anything? Who told him he needed to educate anything? They're wanting the exhibits to be shown to the public. Why is that required for him to do all this lip service? What's wrong with him?
The justice has said in the Estes case, the purpose of a trial is to determine the defendant's guilt. It's not to educate the public or the victim's family or the world on what evidence the government or the state has. At some point, I think the court has to return to the purpose of these hearings, which is...
Man, you about to piss me off. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry.
Expeditiously hear the evidence and then determine probable cause. And I want to point out to the court, Ms. KIRK has been very adept at holding press conferences at which she...
Are you all able to hear it skipping for me?
It's skipping for me too, which is weird because the video I posted didn't do that. So I don't know.
Hold on. Let me hold on. Let me go back because I didn't want to share our messages. Okay. Is it winding up? Let me see if I can. I'm sorry, y'all. It was skipping so bad. It's hard to even follow.
I don't know if the one. Go ahead.
Can you tag me in it? Maybe is it playing from the chat?
That's what I was gonna say. Like, I don't know if the one I posted is like if it's something about it being played from messages. I don't know. Let me.
Can you just tag me on that video?
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all. Oh Lord.
Okay, I just posted a comment with your. I can't go back and tag you in the video, but I posted a comment with your.
Let's see. You say you
here, let me here. I'm reposting it now, so maybe it'll be the top thing. I just reposted it. If you want to refresh my page,
okay,
and scroll down past the pinned tweet, it might be there now because I just reposted myself.
Oh, there it is.
This hearing.
Okay, y'all. Hopefully it's stop skipping. I'm trying to keep it from skipping so much.
Keep focus on the purpose of this hearing. And as the justice has said in the Estes case, the purpose of a trial is to determine the defendant's guilt. It's not to educate the public or the victim's family or the world on what evidence the the government or the state has. At some point, I think the court has to return to the purpose of these hearings, which is to expeditiously hear the evidence and then determine probable cause. And I want to point out to the court, Ms. KIRK has been very adept at holding press conferences at which she has revealed evidence. She has represented.
Nope. You can't just say that. You got to prove it. First of all, she has not had a presser about anything related to this murder trial. The only thing she has said in reference to this trial is that she wants things to be public. That's it. She didn't ask for an education on this. What are you educating her on exactly? What is wrong with this counsel? What would be if there be to educate her on if you're just showing video evidence? You don't need to tell her what's happening in the video or who's in the video or explain how videos are recorded. There's nothing to educate her about. Just show the video. If he doesn't want to show the video like the judge showed him 3-4 days ago, file a motion in limine. But for him to sit here and to go on the attack about the victim's spouse, because she's the victim. She's the victim. And you're railing on the victim, going out doing shows, but she's not talking about this trial. What evidence has she leaked? He must be thinking about Candace, because Candace is the one demanding to see video evidence she does not have the right or privilege to see. Mm-hmm. What you mean? This attorney is out of pocket.
That the state is her attorney. She has access to all the evidence that the state has publicized and that the media and her own lawyer argues is already in the public domain. So they're perfectly free to go outside this courtroom under the court's protective order. They're free to go out and hold press conferences and announce to the world outside the courtroom what they think the evidence is. They have the availability of that evidence. But the court's role, I think, at some point is to exercise some control, move the case forward, and especially when we have witness availability problems. And I'd ask the court, whatever the court does, if you're going to allow revisiting or replaying of evidence for the sole purpose of informing the world or Ms. KIRK or anybody else, that the court do it at the end of the process and not at this point where we will be deprived of our ability to call this witness because she.
Wow, he going in on some stupid nonsense. So no one asked him to educate anyone on video evidence. If she has the ability to show the same evidence the prosecutor has, think about this for a moment. That goes to show how disciplined she is because we have not seen it all. I mean, if that be the case. So wouldn't she just go out and just show everything and just have, she's got a whole YouTube channel. The Charlie Kirk show is still on YouTube. Wouldn't they just have a show and they just show everything the prosecutor has if she really wanted to do that? This is unbelievable. He's bringing up points that are moot. There's no relevance to this crap. I'm sure Andrea Burkhart probably said the same thing. All of this is moot. It's irrelevant. You're just whining about her seeing video evidence that they've requested to be able to view and see. No one asked you to give them a vocabulary lesson about it. Mm-hmm. And no, prosecutors don't work for the victim. What is he talking about?
It's interesting because that's something like Candace has suggested, that ERIKA is inserting herself into this case and that she is somehow like represented by the prosecution. I think because she's, if I'm being gracious, because she's confusing ERIKA's victim rights in the state of Utah as if she's like part of this case and she's not. Candace is the one that has taken away, blurred that line between ERIKA's attorney and the prosecution team, not ERIKA. And so it's concerning to me that Michael Burt I don't know if that means he is any kind of aware of what Candace is doing and saying, or if that's just something he came up with on his own. I don't know. He's
out here. Is it Novak? What's his name?
His name is Michael Burt. Novak is a different one. This is Michael Burt.
Okay. So he's standing here trying to make a case that the court is being too accommodating. overall. That's what he's wanting to say. He's going about it in a long, drawn out, dumb way of saying that. Well, you have to show how, because now you have to speak on how she is not entitled to certain things under the Victims' Right Act, because she does have a level of entitlement under as a victim, and we have those victims' rights in place for a reason. So what he's saying is, well, this court is being too accommodating because y'all want to show her videos. Well, she does have the right to go and see them, but if she has access to it and she could just watch it on her own, I don't think she would just make a issue or stink out of it if she can go out and watch it on her own. Obviously, it was something she couldn't see, right? Mm-hmm. So he's just standing here lying to the judge in the court of law. And you know why the judge didn't say anything? Because he okay, we're getting this down on record. This reflects on the counsel and his professionalism and his decorum, not on the judge. And the judge is like, I'm not going to give you a reason to sit here and to say I'm being biased by telling you to shut up and kick rocks. But there are times where the judge should and could say, counselor, I would remind you to maintain some level of decorum in this courtroom. We already have cameras in here. You coming up here and railing on how she's requesting to watch a video that obviously she doesn't have access to because she would just go watch it.
Right.
And you're trying to trample over the right she has as the victim. It's not going to get you far here. And it comes off cold and callous. It does not represent you or your client well. And then the judge can professionally tell him, you might want to think twice before you get up here and just make remarks like this and accusations with no evidence. Period. Like, that's all the judge will have to say, because counselor knows what he's doing is out of pocket. You're literally trying to attack the victim for wanting to see a video. Whether she's done a presser on this or not is irrelevant. But you saying that she's doing press conferences on anything related to this murder trial is an absolute flat out lie, because she hasn't. She goes out and she actually talks about her book Charlie Kirk wrote, you know, is basically doing what she does for TPUSA and those events. When has she talked about anything related to this trial ad nauseum? This idiot attorney is trying to make it seem like that's all she does. She just goes out and tours about this every day. She out here watching all these videos. Why she just can't play it to the public? Why do we have to stop what we're doing in court? What do you mean? What? This is the phase of the hearing where you actually show the video evidence and listen to testimonial, witness testimony. This is the phase of it all. So if she's saying we would like to see the video evidence, you're admitting into this case. You're admitting this video into the case either way. You're going to have to show it. Can we see this? Can we see the full video? What's the problem? If you got a witness coming in to testify, you should not have a problem. If they're subpoenaed to testify, they know they got to testify. It's that simple. A subpoena is a court order. They got to adhere to that court order and testify. So he's trying to make it seem like, well, the witnesses have a time restraint. They can't come in here and just sit here all day. That's exactly what you do when you're serving on in the jury. When you're subpoenaed, that's the expectation. You adhere to this subpoena.
But they're also the ones who slowed it down. Like, they're the ones who objected to everything. And like, I get that's their job, but they're the ones who slowed this whole thing down a lot.
It's in here objecting to everything. And no one sit here. ERIKA KIRK didn't go out and say, you know, that defense attorney, boy, they some dumbasses. They out here just objecting on every little thing. That's something they have the right to do. As a part of the defense and the opposing party, they get to object to evidence being admitted, even though it's mostly being overwritten. But they still have the right to object to it. She's not out here railing on them. Look how long this took, because this one attorney wants to get up here and whine and cry like a baby. He needs a binky and a baba. Anyone has a blue blanket for this attorney? Counselor, you need a blanket? You want a warm bottle of milk? You feel better? If the judge would have said that, I would have bust out laughing. Counselor, do you feel better? You get it all out?
For what it's worth, ERIKA's attorney did get up immediately after this, and he did kind of let him have it. I sent
where is
you.
that?
I DM'd it to you in X, but it is the full thing, so you're gonna have to fast
Keep
forward through Berg. But it's DM'd to you because I didn't post it. Andrew Colbert posted it, so you got to fast forward like halfway, and then it'll be her lawyer's response.
He posted it. Okay.
Hopefully, if you click on the
Judge,
thing, maybe it won't stall again. If you click on the actual post, I don't know though.
Oh, you know what? That's a good idea.
Like, take it out of chat. I think maybe.
Okay, let me share this tab instead. Oh boy. Oh boy. I want to hear her attorney.
We're asking the court.
Oh, come on, don't do this. Okay, let's see.
Judge, at this point in the proceeding, we're asking the attorney to the purpose.
He gets up, right?
Yeah, after Bert sits down.
And that the media and her own lawyer argues is already in the public domain. So they're perfectly free to go outside this courtroom under the court's protective order. They're free to go out and hold press conferences and announce to the world outside the courtroom what they think the evidence is. They have the availability of that evidence. But the court's role, I think, at some point is to exercise some control, move the case forward, and especially when we have witness availability problems. And I'd ask the court, whatever the court does, if you're going to allow revisiting or replaying of evidence for the sole purpose of informing the world or Ms. KIRK or anybody else, that the court do it at the end of the process and not at this point where we will be deprived of our ability to call this witness, because she has to be done today.
Thank you, Mr. Berg.
Thank you.
Briefly, and I say that because time is of the essence, not because I don't want to hear what you have to say.
I understand, but there was a lot that was just said that's just not true.
Well, so let me put this in this spot where we need to be. I understand that there's opinions, but I have to keep this to the probable cause. I don't want this to go to a back and forth about issues that lie outside of probable cause. And I realize statements are made, and as the victim's representative attorney, you want to address it. So I will hear you, but we need to be brief. So if you can be succinct, I definitely want to hear what you have to say.
Your Honor, I am almost always brief, I promise you. The family has not seen this video. It hasn't. It doesn't have access to the evidence the state has. The state is the state, and Ms. KIRK and the family have their representatives. There's a completely distortion of reality.
Exactly.
Forth. And this is about educating anybody about anything.
Thank you.
This is about allowing the family to see the evidence that's been gathered after a 10-month investigation.
Thank you.
In which a father, a husband was assassinated. That's what this is about. So we ask you to please allow the family to view the video like the court has viewed, in order to allow the family to process this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything
It's that simple. And didn't I say that? What do you have to educate them on to play a video? Why does that have to be an educational moment? Oh, this is a teaching and learning opportunity. See here, this is what it's like to record someone walking downstairs. What do you mean? This attorney, that attorney was out of pocket. He's out of pocket. You talking about her pressers and all this stuff. Name one press conference where she showed any video evidence related to this trial. I want the link to any press conference where ERIKA KIRK has shown a video related to this case. Because the judge knows. Here's where you are. Let me tell y'all something. Judges know when you got these attorneys up here lying to their face. The judge knows that the guy was lying. He knows that. Judges watch YouTube as well. He can tell the guy was just lying and fabricating, and he's just up here whining and throwing a tantrum and all this other stuff. Sometimes you let people show their true character. They'll show you who they are. Like this counselor that got up saying all this nonsense. He going after ERIKA KIRK for simply wanting to see the video. All of that over a video. The judge can sense that. Is the judge going to sit here and just respond back and forth with this attorney like this? No, because he'll be at that all day. And so sometimes this happens. It's not to say the judge didn't care. He let the attorney get up and speak on behalf of ERIKA KIRK's behalf. But for the judge could tell this guy's full of crap. I'm just going to sit here and listen, let him get it out, and then we're going to move on. And then when the attorney got up, that's why he's like, I want to hear what you have to say, but make it quick. He already knew that counsel was lying. He knew that guy was lying like hell. But sometimes you have to, like, the judge is not there to try to scold and reprimand everything that the attorneys say. And he knows he hasn't seen ERIKA KIRK do all this stuff, and half the stuff he said was a flat out lie. But it's let the attorney bury himself. He's going to destroy his own credibility if he starts repeating and saying things that Candace is saying. You're a whole attorney with the law school. You're a criminal defense attorney. You standing representing a defendant in a high-profile murder case, and you up here repeating Candace's talking points. You are an idiot. That judge is not going to give any merit to anything you say, and that jury will see the same thing. That jury will see that attorney and say, wow, the attorney is just as cold and cold-hearted and classless as Tyler Robinson. Because now they're two peas in a pod. He's representing his client. And this is what his client represents. No soul, no class, no conscience, cold-hearted. That because when you have to resort to attacking the victim, you don't have a legal defense. You're already showing your hand. Does that make sense? Hit the phone. Your attorney's showing his hand. This is more proof. They don't have a case. They know their client is going to be found guilty. The prosecutor seeking the death penalty. This is not being overzealous and representing your client. You out here trying to lie on the victim for wanting to watch a video. If the victim had access to this video, she would just watch it, just like her attorney got up here and said. If she had it, she would see it. This would not be an issue. They don't have it. Who told him that? But the judge knew he was lying. The judge knew he was lying. It's like, okay, what this dude talking about? I haven't seen this young lady out here doing any of this stuff. That's not, it's so classless, it's ridiculous. And he is putting his credibility on the line to lie to this judge's face about something so minute, about video evidence that you're already admitting into the case as evidence. Or I know Andrea Burkhart went in. Oh my God. This judge is like, yeah, go ahead and bury yourself. Because what the jury is going to see is what we all see. You have no class, no taste, no soul, no conscience. And you're sitting here railing on the victim for wanting to see a video. You're admitting into evidence. You're talking about, oh, the witness is not available all day. Who? So what? Guess what the prosecutor is going to do? Right, Yana, let's go ahead and address this victim so-called not being available. We'll just subpoena them. Then they won't have a choice but to be available. Now tell me if you're available or not. I dare you. If this person is vital to your defense, as your witness, as the defense witness, wouldn't you want to listen? We understand you want to be accommodating, but this is a murder trial. This is a murder trial. We ain't got time for this. Bring your behind the court and testify. We need your testimony for our evidence, for our defense. So make it make sense. How you sit here and say, no, we got to do everything right now because the witness is not available. Tell your witness to make themselves available. What they doing? Whatever you need to give them to give their employer will understand. If they serve jury duty, they get paid either way. If you have to take off work to testify in a murder trial, then you do just that. So what is the counselor's problem? He's a moron. And he literally just showed his character right here in this 1 minute, 30-second portion of this clip. He already showed us exactly who he is, and we all now know who we're dealing with. Someone that would be willing to lie through his teeth to the judge's face in court, on the record. Keep this in mind. In court, on the record. How you think that's going to do well over when it comes to an appeal? He put his foot in his mouth. Thank you. You just made yourself look like a jackass. I try my best not to cuss, but I had to let that one out.
I'm hoping it's because I'm hoping it was frustration because of how damning the video is. I don't know. I don't think we got to see it because we didn't see any exhibits on the final day, which would have been the day after this. Mm-hmm. So even though it's not excusable, like I am hoping that it's his frustration coming out because of the nature of the video.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. This is how he handles frustration. That's what you're getting a first glimpse at. You're getting a glimpse at how he does under pressure. You know, oh, my witness doesn't have all day. So what? Your witness is here to help your case. So why are you sitting here being panicky about your witness making themselves available? If you feel like their testimony is crucial and vital, then you just subpoena them and keep it moving. And then now you don't have a choice. Or else, you can be in violation of this order. Pick one. It's that simple. Like, he's already shown his hand. And just, if the attorney is willing to lie, he's an officer. Attorneys are officers of the court. If he's willing to just sit here and lie to the judge about someone doing press conferences and all this stuff, we're not here to teach them. You all off topic. You're talking about nonsense. You don't want to give the defense any leg room to say, oh, the judge was unfair and I was trying to express concerns and they yelled at me and blah, blah, blah. And now we get to have a new trial for our appeal. Like, no, I want to make it very difficult for you to say that I did not maintain decorum in this courtroom. Because all that hoopla and for what? They still played the video. She's still going to see it. So what did all that stuff get him? Nothing. He just showed his ass. And now we know we're dealing with a cold-hearted, soulless attorney representing a cold-hearted, soulless, demonic demon. That's what we are. Now people get to see, the world gets to see this idiot be what he is. Mm-hmm. I know people want the judge to intervene and say something. But if the judge starts doing it, the judge will have to keep doing it every time. And y'all, this is just a preliminary. Preliminary hearings aren't supposed to be animated like this. They're supposed to be very boring. But imagine how it's going to be during a murder trial. If this judge starts to sit here and go back and forth with defense counsel every time he gets out of pocket, they're going to get out of pocket. So this is something you don't want the judge to sit here and have to keep getting on defense counsel about maintaining decorum and being respectful and professional and to not throw out dumb lies about the victim. I'm sure the judge will address it when he needs to, but judges will address when they need to address something like that. They will address it, but when they need to do it, and when they do it, they will address it to where it will get the attorney's attention. Either the attorney's gonna get mad or not, but they will reprimand them if need be. It needs to be based on, okay, here's a pattern of behavior here I'm seeing in you, counselor. You've done this 16 times. You've done this enough for me to have to now say something. So you got to understand the judge does not want to treat this like preschool. Attorney, counselor, that's not how you act here. We're not going to have that. You can't lie on the victim. Like the counselor knows that, but yet and still, don't expect the judge to say something every single time. That's all I'm gonna say, because you'd be disappointed and pissed off. And it's like, why the judge not calling it out? They're not gonna do that every single time, but they will do it when they need to. Does that make sense? Hit the phone. But
and also know, like, who is actually trying to get the public to see the evidence and who's trying to not, And so for Candace to be such a truth teller and for the people, according to her, there's only one side in this. Well, I guess two. It would be ERIKA's lawyer and also the prosecution, who are actually trying to get the people to see the full bevy of evidence as soon as possible. Right. It's because of them that we got fewer redactions in the Lance Twiggs testimony. We were set to have a whole bunch more until that morning. And so you have to figure, like, if ERIKA, I hate to even say it, but if ERIKA had foreknowledge and she were involved and the case against Tyler Robinson is so weak, why on God's green earth would she be advocating to have as much of the evidence out there as possible. It does not make sense. And I understand the defense is going to do what they're going to do and, try to keep things private. That's to be expected. But how much they're urging for transparency and cameras in the courtroom, and they wanted us to see more of the evidence this week than we even did. And it's like, again, it's illogical to think that they're implicated here or the case against Tyler is weak somehow.
Yeah. And ERIKA KIRK knows, like, she's not going to say or do anything to even give that impression that the prosecutors are working for her. That's not how this works at all.
Right.
But of course, Candace and our dumb cult members don't know how court works either. They don't know how court works. So they don't understand, like, expecting them to understand, the role that the prosecutors play versus victims' rights versus the defendant, the judge's role. Like, they don't care about any of that. Child, please. Tyler Robinson did it. He's guilty. They have ample evidence between video evidence, physical DNA evidence, and the witnesses testifying, the twig and berries, I call them. Lance Twig. I call them twig and berries. Twig and berries coming in. The parents turned them in. We got videos to watch regarding him, being brought into the station and all of that. I'm definitely waiting for the interrogation to drop because I'm sure he was interrogated. I want to see the interrogation. I think to me that would kind of help people to kind of understand and see the headspace, and how horrible and evil he truly is. And guys, you can tell he has no soul. He feels nothing about this. He has no soul at all. But at the end of the day, the evidence will support it. The candy asses, let them live in an alternate reality. If they don't want to believe evidence, then we're not here to convince them of that. We don't owe them anything. Candace as well. Yeah. She's going to walk away saying, none of this is real. It's all fake. I didn't believe none of this. This is all slop, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, we don't care. We don't care. Neither does the court. Meanwhile, Tyler Robinson is still in prison. Candace, how much did you pay him? He's still in prison. It's that simple. He's still in prison. And when he's found guilty, because I believe he will be found guilty based on all the evidence. When he's found guilty, then what? She's going to say none of that is real and everybody's rigged and blah, blah, blah. We don't care about that. None of that stuff works in court. That stuff does not work in court. Period. So, bless God, Candace Owens is irrelevant, and the defense attorney want to get up and sound like her. He really going to destroy his case and credibility, because those conspiracy theories is not fly in court. And one thing the judge is not going to do is let just a gross abuse of lack of law or misinterpretation of law to happen in that courtroom, because then you're talking about handing, an appeal over. If you allow a misinterpretation of law to happen, or you allow the attorneys to just go off on their thoughts and feelings and emotions, but not on the fact, law, and evidence. That judge is not going to put up with that nonsense. You let the little dude get it out, throw your little tantrum. But at the end of the day, Tyler Robinson is still in prison, and he's going to be there. And that's it. I mean, if he's found guilty, that's it. If he gets the death penalty, that's going to be it. There's nothing Candace can say or do to save him. Period.
Are you concerned about... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. All right.
I was curious if you're concerned about like a tainted jury pool, but because of the nature of who Charlie was, number one, but then also everything that's happened subsequently. I guess I don't, I'm chronically online. And so it's hard for me to picture that there are a bunch of people in America who are not chronically online. So I'm concerned about that. Are you?
Yes. I've been concerned about that. Months into this. Was concerned about last year, I think, when she started going in on, everybody being a part of some conspiracy. And then, now she's been hit with lawsuits related to this. I've been concerned about it for months. And I've been saying that. excuse me, if they don't be careful and they don't have a way to vet out the jurors that might be listening to her, they're going to end up with someone that is as dumb and kooky as she is, you know, sitting on that jury, trying to deliberate and not care about any of the evidence and sitting here and asking about all this other nonsense that is not being admitted as evidence in this case. And that can happen. And I've seen cases have whole rulings, you know, convictions overturned because of the issues with the jury selection. And that's the biggest thing that is. That's why the one time Candace did come up in court was pertaining to all the dumb conspiracy theories around this case, because they know that it can be very problematic when it comes to the jury selection. And asking those questions to the jury during the selection is going to involve how much exposure. You know, are you guys watching Candace Owens? Raise your hand. Hopefully they've never heard of her. But if you get someone that comes in and they just lie, they say, I don't even know who that is. And then they know in the back deep part of whatever brain they have left, that's all they watch. Now you have her sitting, you know, someone like her sitting on this jury.
Yeah.
And how do you weed them out, especially if they lie to get on the jury? That can be problematic. So this is why I always reiterate, when it comes to the court of law, they don't care about your conspiracy theories and how you feel. They don't care about none of that crap. They care about the facts and the evidence. It's that simple. And the issue with her tainting this jury, putting out all this nonsense, you get someone that lies, gets on this jury, and all they do is watch Candace. Now you've got a serious problem on your hands. And you got to figure out a way to weed those people out to make sure they do not get on that jury. Because the jury needs to be neutral and impartial. Someone watching Candace should not sit on a jury when they don't believe that the freezing point of water is 32 degrees. When they even sit here and talk about how dinosaurs did not roam this earth. Like, you know, you don't, there's no room for all of that in the court of law. You need to look at the evidence, look at the law, and be able to understand how to apply it and interpret it so that you can deliberate and give a ruling based on the finding of fact, law, and evidence. Not sitting here talking about why you think some mic exploded and it has nothing to do with a microphone. It was a bullet and a gun. Like, get out of here. Like, that is a problem. It's a huge, huge problem. So I'm just hoping and praying that the day they select the jury, all them candy asses got to work. Hopefully they're all working somewhere.
Well, some of them showed up at the courtroom to sleep outside and try to get in, as if they even cared about Charlie in the slightest. One of them was someone who doxed my family. And it's like, you didn't care about Charlie. You're just there for Candace. Yeah.
What? You sleep outside the courthouse? Oh, they should have been removed from the courthouse grounds.
Because I heard that Elizabeth Lane was removed from the courthouse. I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe you could ask Josh Carr the next time you have him on, because I would be curious. I did hear, because she was there, and she's one of the worst of the worst.
What is wrong with her? She just sounds like she's off, like slow.
And and again, all of these people, first of all, some of them I never heard of before, which is fine. No one's ever heard of me. But every single other person besides Candace, essentially, the best I can tell, has a record of not liking Charlie Kirk, not just being neutral on him, but not liking him and expressing that to him. And then suddenly, after he's dead, they're really into getting justice for him, and they're all gung-ho. I don't even think Candace liked him, but she didn't publicly express that. Yeah. So it's just like Elizabeth Lane did not give two issues about Charlie Kirk, if we're just like being honest. And that doesn't mean she can't also want justice, but she's cuckoo and vicious. I've
never heard of her. Like I'm not saying because I didn't follow Charlie Kirk like that. I had any issues with him either. I was just neutral to all of it. And I'm coming in and seeing how she's going in after ERIKA Kirk. And when this first started, I just, did reporting on anatomically what injuries he could have occurred in the neck. And that's my first two videos are just that. And then this heifer goes in and talks about, oh, he's my like kid brother and blah blah blah. And it's like, what you mean your kid brother? You don't act like he was a kid brother. Do you know? You act like you tried to get him to be the husband and you failed miserably. And he told you no, and you didn't like it. And then when I found out that she only worked for him for 19 months, I said, oh, child, this girl don't care. Who does this for an employer that you only work for 19 months? And you got fired. Who does this? Y'all.
Yeah, I have a kid brother, and I do not profess to be his wingman all the time, and try to remind people over and over that I was the wingman, and he was just such a dunce and couldn't dress himself, and I had to dress him, and it's just so cute. It's weird. It's weird. She like infantilizes Charlie Kirk in this very bizarre way.
Oh yeah, she's upset. You can imagine like her saying, "Oh, I helped him talk to other women." Why? Wait, what?
I don't
she felt like she said I had to be gay or something for a year.
Oh yes, because she was talking to one of the women that he loved so much. Right? I think the lady doth protest too much. I think if you have to remind us over and over and over that you were his wingman and it was super platonic, I feel like it wasn't platonic for you, because normally if you're just friends, you don't need to say over and over, yeah, I'm his wingman and I'm texting all the girls he's in love with, which is already super disrespectful, because I think we can all put two and two together that Charlie had a life before ERIKA and maybe had some crushes, whatever. We don't need to talk about it because he has been taken from us and he had a wife and he has a widow now. And I just think it's like crazy to be talking about the crushes he had before ERIKA.
Exactly.
If they even exist. Yeah. It's just, so it's been so disrespectful from like almost the moment she started.
Yeah. And for her to mention, well, they wouldn't allow me to have Candace babies, the conservative party would not have allowed it. Y'all remember that? It was in an article.
Is that what she said?
She said, wasn't that an article where she said, yeah, no, the conservative party wouldn't go for the Candace Charlie babies or something like that.
That's very weird.
Made that comparison, like, well, we went to a store where I tried on a wedding dress and how they, the Republican or conservative party would never have allowed, Charlie white man and Candace black woman to come together and make Charlie candy babies or something to that extent. And I'm sitting here like, what the heck? First of all, if he's like your brother, you should never be thinking about having. Let me tell you something. You don't think about having no babies with your brother. As a wicked. Oh, that's a wicked. We looked up the article, y'all. You can't make this stuff up.
That's crazy.
It is gross. I was so grossed out. I was like, ew, Candace. First of all, you have a yeast infection.
Also, what era is she from? She only became a conservative in like 2017. I don't think it was like a big interracial. Is she Meghan Markle? I don't think it was like we can't have a biracial baby.
Oh, they would never go for that. He would have had to marry the European white. Y'all, what article was that? Can someone tell me what article that was? Because we pulled it up. I actually played that, showed that in the video. Was it one of her articles? You can't make this up. Oh, I gotta look it up. Because you just can't make this stuff up. Candace was talking about says I'm just gonna put something here. Because she was saying, well, they would have never allowed, Charlie Kirk and I to have kids, or because he's the white token white man dating a black woman. Something to that extent. Oh my God. It was like, what the heck?
I'm trying to look it up too, but I don't
know. No. We pulled it up before. Come on, where is it? If one of you all can get to it before me, please do. Because I'm trying to find it. Oh, it was the craziest thing. I was like, what the? you mean they wouldn't have let you get married and have a baby? And then you turned
Yeah, I
around
don't
and
even know
married
what that
George Farmer?
means.
Like, you married George Farmer. What you talking about? You can't make this stuff up. Oh my God. Hold on. What the heck? Does anyone have that? Anyone know was that her article? I saw it somewhere. Y'all, we trying to look this up for real. No, she said that they would never allow me to. Candace cousin said she's never known Candace to date a black man. And exactly, and she sitting here talks about the conservatives or something would have never allowed her and Charlie Kirk because they can't have a bunch of Charlie Candace babies running around or something like that. No. We pulled that up. That was it was an article. It was a whole article. Oh boy. Yeah, man, I gotta find that one. Now I gotta find it.
Yeah, I'm curious. I've been asking Grok and ChatGPT, but it's hard when you don't know exactly what to search for. So,
oh my good God, because this is when it was becoming clear to a lot more people that Candace is sounding like the bitter, scorned woman that couldn't get Charlie Kirk. She was in love with him, couldn't get him.
When she talks, and she's spoken about it at least twice on her show, 2 separate occasions, when she talks about when ERIKA first saw Charlie, not when she first met him, and he was at an Israeli airport, and he was with Candace, and Candace gets very upset that ERIKA, I guess, told this story of first seeing her future husband and left out Candace. And twice she has made a point of mentioning that, and I personally, I don't know if she was in love with him, but boy, if she was not in love with him, she sure makes it sound like it a lot. Because if I were on a work trip with a man and he ended up marrying a woman who saw him in the airport, and then she went on to not include the fact that Natalie was there, it wouldn't faze me unless I had, some feelings for this man. And she has done that twice. Right. In the context of this pseudo investigation. And so it speaks of if it wasn't unrequited love, there's some kind of envy there seems to be, because why do you have so much bad blood with this woman if you were not in love with his husband or her husband? Excuse me. It's beyond understanding.
Yeah. It comes down to her being jealous and envious. And you gotta imagine this, not only did she marry him, he lost his life. So he's not here to defend himself. And you're bringing up girlfriends he had before he even got married. And then you're trying to say their marriage wasn't real. And then you go out here and talk about how, no one would have allowed him to marry me. That would have been bad for his image and all this other stuff. I'm telling you, there's an article on that. And then you got, you got her out here making it seem like she's, part of some cover up, conspiracy to have her own husband assassinated. For what? For what? Why now? Here's the thing. Why now? Why last year? Why not after? Okay, we had 5 kids and 2 more companies we built. What in the world would make you think I'm just gonna randomly have him taken out on September 10th, 2025?
She claims
none of this stuff makes sense.
It does not make sense, but she claims it's because of that private text message that she leaked. So Charlie, 48 hours before he was assassinated, sent that private text, and I guess Israel, who ERIKA's working for, was like, we got to kill him right away. We're not going to negotiate with him or even try to blackmail him. Even if you go with the idea Israel did it, which is absurd on its face, they decide within 48 hours to kill Charlie in broad daylight in front of everybody. They don't kill him privately. They do it in front of everyone because he said, he like might leave the pro-Israel cause. It's like a level of insanity and evil that you cannot even like reckon with, but it's because they hate Israel so much that they're just like trying to twist things. It's really crazy, the idea that Charlie would be the first and also the only one that Israel's like, yeah, he's got to go. It's Charlie Kirk of all people. It's got to be him and not anybody else who's ardently anti-Israel. Does not make sense at all. And actually, Charlie had been talking, questioning the government of Israel since October 7th of 2023. So if it were a big touchy subject to Israel, I guess he would have been long gone because it had been 2 years of that. He was not a staunch, like aggressive person against Israel by any means, but he did ask questions. So if that was enough, I think they would have already done away with him. It doesn't make sense. And yeah, ERIKA would have gone farther. I mean, God bless ERIKA. I don't mean anything bad by this. She would have gone farther with Charlie than she's going to go without him. So if we're going with this idea that she is some like maniacal woman who was just using Charlie, why wouldn't she keep using him? Because everybody agrees he probably would have been the president, right? So it's like, you're going to go farther as his wife than as his widow, unfortunately, or, you know, it's just the way that it is. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, why not? Okay, why not have 2 more kids and open up 2 more companies? And then, you know, if he's going to be president, let's wait to become president. And then, you know, it's so stupid. That's why Candace, you can't take her seriously. But that's what makes it so ridiculously dangerous as well. It's like you're painting her to be this monster where you want people to get this angst and hatred and have this vitriol against her, hoping it would incite them to do something bad to her. Because you're trying to make it seem as if he was just out here defenseless. No one supported him. Forget his parents. You know, he had no one in his life that was real. He had 2 kids. So are they fake as well? I mean, these are 2 toddlers. No one had his back. They just left him out there, you know, to the wolves. What do you mean? How? In what way? Who are they? This is all the nonsense. And yet it's still, somehow her so-called cult is based. Want you to believe that they cared about Charlie Kirk. They never liked him to begin with. Most of her supporters and her cult members now could never stand Charlie Kirk or TPUSA. They never liked him at all, period. They felt like what happened to him. She's got more people that will go out and pee on his grave supporting her than people who actually genuinely cared for Charlie Kirk. That's what we are now. That's how her audience base has shifted. Most of her Candace's supporters, the candy asses, will go out and try to pee on Charlie Kirk's grave. Because that's got to be the only reason why they want to know where he's buried. Otherwise, who wants to know stuff like that? Who wants to know where some person is deceased and buried? No one asks stuff like that. You can't make this stuff up. They're not your relative or family member or friend. You didn't know him personally.
Right.
But you want to know where he's buried? Why? That's very dark and sinister. They never cared. And now they want to give out, she's the only one that's his friend. No, you're just the only bot copying and pasting these dumb comments. That's all it is. It's just an auto repeat where they just say the same crap and they never cared to begin with. And the rest of them are bots. Candace didn't care. She wasn't even talking to him like that. And he would not have given her the time of day if she would have started saying all this about ERIKA KIRK while he was alive. He would have went flat off, and rightfully so. But you know,
it's obvious he loved ERIKA. I don't think he would have had a female friend who was not also close to ERIKA. And it's pretty obvious that Candace and ERIKA have never been close. So it's not like, we were close and this thing happened because I think you murdered him. They've never been close. And so it should be clear that Candace and Charlie have not been close for quite a while now. Because he's not having a friend who's like, doesn't like his wife. That's weird.
Yeah. And he's not going to, she never liked her, but it's like, she never said anything either. And why would ERIKA KIRK have a reason to mention her? Look how long it took for her to say her name. Even ERIKA KIRK was like, I'm not studying that girl. Like, it took months for ERIKA KIRK to even acknowledge Candace's presence. But that goes to show how hard Candace had to go out here and dog her out just to get her attention. Just for ERIKA KIRK to say, and Candace Owens is out here accusing me of murdering my husband. Look how many months it took for her to even mention her name like that. She not stunned her. She never was. And Candace has invoked herself into this and now wants to be mad and upset because, you know, Tyler Robinson's attorney is not calling her to the stand. For what? You witnessed that. Candace, were you there at UVU? Because we haven't heard your alibi.
Maybe.
Where's George Farmer's alibi? Child boo. She wants to be out there so bad. Oh, okay, cool. It might not be in the way you expected, Candace, because you know you would have to give up your alibi. You're going to have to tell everybody where you were then, if that's the case. And George. He could blend in. I won't put that past him. Man, listen. We've been at this for 4 hours, y'all.
I
You
know.
have fun? I had a good time.
Me
I had a
too.
good time.
Me too.
This is awesome. So
Thank you.
thank y'all. We gotta bring it to a close, you all. Because I promised my son I would watch X-Men 97. X-Men 97. I'm a Marvel fan. So I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. If anybody can find that article for me and send it to me, I will be looking for it, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Oh, thank you, CR. It just emailed it. Thank you so much. We're gonna talk about that tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
That article is rich. We went over
I'd be
that
curious
in
about
the
that. That's a little psycho.
Oh yeah. So but I appreciate all of you all. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, Natalie, for joining us here in the LLC. I had a great time. You guys go and make sure you support her. We gotta do this again. So you guys have a great evening. Have a great evening, Natalie. Y'all get some time in with your family, friends, and everybody. Make sure you guys tune in. We got more content to come tomorrow, and look out for the announcements as well. Thank y'all so much. Hit the like button and hype it up. The videos on the way out. And until the next one, Lady Luck Club and Natalie are out. Deuces.
Bye-bye.